So are we ready? Okay, I'll call to order this regular board meeting of the Pacific Grove Unified School District Board of Education. Tonight it is February 5th. We are going to begin this meeting with our call to order, which I just did. And Dr. Adamson, can we do roll call, please?
Yes, of course. President McNary.
Here.
Doug Shamas.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Hazen.
Here.
Trustee Otmar.
Here.
And Trustee Wax.
Here.
Thank you. With all 5 trustees present, we have a quorum. Item C on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. And I'll go first to you, Dr. Adamson, in case there are any changes or additions.
There are no changes or additions.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will go out to public comment on the agenda as it's presented. And no public comment. Back to the board for any discussion on the adoption of the agenda. Seeing none, I will then ask for a motion to adopt tonight's agenda.
I move to adopt tonight's agenda.
Thank you. Motion made by trustee Otmar
I'll second.
and a second from trustee Shamas. And we are all present today, so I can say all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next up, I will read off our closed session topics. Tonight, we have 3 items on our closed session agenda. Fairly typical. Item A is negotiations, collective bargaining, planning and preparation with the PGTA for 2025 and 26. Item B is negotiations, collective bargaining session, planning and preparation with the CSEA for 2025 and 26. And item C is public employee discipline, dismissal, release, leave complaint under Government Code, Section 54957. Are there any public comments on closed session topics? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session now, and we will return for open session at 6:30. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is the open session portion of our regular board meeting. The first thing we will do is read out the report of action taken in closed session. Item A, negotiations, collective bargaining, planning and prep with the PGTA for 2025, 2026 school year. Information was received by the board. For item B, negotiations, collective bargaining session, planning and prep with the CSEA for 2025, 26. Information was received on that item. And for item C, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, leave complaint under Government Code Section 54957, Subdivision B, information was received on that item. Next on our agenda, I will read our land acknowledgement to begin the meeting. As we begin this meeting, it is important to pay respect to and acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the Ohlone, Costanoan, and Esselen people, and additionally pay respect to elders, both past and present. Trustee Wax, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening?
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was wonderful to have all the young voices in the room join us. Oh, how special. Okay, and with that, the most exciting and, in my opinion, important part of our meeting is our presentation by one of our school sites. And tonight we have Robert Down Elementary and Principal Cy Brownfield, and there will be a presentation from the allergy advocate. So I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Dr. Adamson, Board. Thank you so much for having us this evening. We're really proud to present our students here tonight. We're going to start with some quick introductions. My name is Emily Tsai Brownfield, and I'm the principal of Robert Down Elementary.
I'm Maeve Dempsey. I'm Hannah Chamberlain. I'm Tallulah Pace. I'm Emmy Leva Wynn. I'm Estelle Ferreira. I'm Chihiro Mori.
So to begin, Mrs. Perlstein's third grade students read an article in the California Studies Weekly about how kids can take action and make a difference. At this time, I'm going to invite our students to talk through what ended up happening after that. And here's a copy of the article that I'm happy to pass around.
A group of us came up with an idea to see what we can do for students with dairy allergies. Allergy advocates created a slide deck to pitch our idea to Mrs. Brownfield, the principal. We presented to Miss Brownfield and got feedback.
So then I arranged for the students to be able to meet with Mr. Silvera, our director for nutrition services, to share their idea.
Mr. Silvera shared information on how families can request dietary accommodations. Miss Brownfield shared information with teachers and found out more than 120 students want a dairy-free option. The cafeteria began to offer rice milk as a dairy-free and vegan alternative. Thank you so much, Mr. Silvera, for listening to us and offering a new non-dairy option for milk. Thank you, Ms. Brownfield, for taking the time to listen to us and allowing us to talk to Mr. Silvera with our idea. Thank you, Ms. Rosa and Ms. Lindsay, for providing rice milk to anyone who wants it. Thank you, Ms. Perlstein, for the valuable lessons on how kids can take action and make a difference. Thank you, Dr. Adamson and board for allowing us to share about this project tonight. Thank you to our parents for all your support and allowing us to be here tonight.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Brownfield, and students for being here this evening. And you spoke so beautifully. You would never even know if you were nervous at all. That did not show. You were just so comfortable up here. I think I happened to be at Robert Down the day that this first came to Principal Brownfield. And I remember we were walking classes and she was telling me, I've got to get out there to recess because I've got this group of third grade students who, had this idea. And so I love the fact that I happened to just be there and now here we are, right, with everything you did in the process to take action. And this is leadership at its finest. So congratulations to you. Thank you for serving as such a fine role model for all of our students and for us as adults, for the board looking towards you. You are taking action, taking steps that ultimately will, make a difference, right, in the lives of all students. So I have certificates for each of you, which I'm going to present. I'm going to call you each up to, for you to accept that. And when you're done, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and stand in front of the dais. And then we're going to have the board come forward and we're going to take a group photo with your principal and your teacher, who I just saw walk in as well. So come on forward. And these are Culture of We certificates. And really, I could not think of a better reason to present these because in work that you've been doing, you have been allowing to continue our culture of we, to build so strongly at our elementary schools, particularly at Robert Down in this case, and making sure every student feels they belong, right? Even those who have allergies, there's now, other options for them. So thank you for your work, students. All right, so first we have Estelle Ferreira. Hannah Chamberlain. Maeve Dempsey. There we go. Tallulah Pace. Okay. Emmy Leva Nguyen. Chiharu Mori. And our third grade teacher, Mrs. Stephanie Perlstein. Would you come up, please? Thank you.
Assistant Mr. Covey doing that.
Oh, come on up. Oh, I love that. Yes, indeed. Please do. Oh, love that. All right. I'm going to ask our board and our student rep and assistants who've joined to come around, and we're going to take a photo.
Our parents shares that photo with me.
Now that some of the empty seats have opened up, if anyone who's standing would like to fill them, please feel welcome as we get on with the less exciting part of our meeting. That was amazing. I love student advocacy in action. It was so cool. We move on now to the communication portions of our meeting, and item A under communications is our student rep comments. Tonight we have Paige Houston as our student rep.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Paige Houston, and I'm a student board rep for PGHS. In celebration of Black History Month, multiple celebrations and displays are up in the library. Classes in every department are celebrating diversity and equity. Winter Ball was a huge success. We had about 250 students attend. The event was January 31st, 2026 at Chautauqua Hall in downtown Pacific Grove. Winter sports are wrapping up with several teams looking to advance to CCS playoffs. Spring sports have officially started. Spring sports include cheer, dance, baseball, softball, boys golf, swimming, track and field, boys tennis, and lacrosse. The community high school garden is thriving as our weekly collaboration with me are started again for second semester. CHS staff and students want to thank PGUSD trustees for their support. CHS students will be going to Pacific Grove Middle School Flex Lab on February 24th, 25th, and 26th to receive hands-on technology and design instruction. CHS also continues to celebrate diversity and inclusion as part of Black History Month.
Thank you, Trustee Houston, for letting us know what's going on at the high schools. Next item on our agenda is board member comments and written comments. I'll start with the written comments that I've received, and if board members have anything to add, please do when we come around. I would say the highlight was getting an email from Mrs. Grogan at the high school about Tony Gabrick winning Poetry Out Loud, taking first place in the whole county, and will be going on to state competition in March, and it's just what an amazing accomplishment. So thank you for sharing that with us, Ms. Grogan. We received an email regarding PGUSD field conditions, a media inquiry, an email about core values at community high. And I received 12 communications regarding reductions and budget related matters. Does anybody want to fill in with additional written communications before I move on to my board comments? Anything else? Go ahead.
I received 2 emails regarding recent incidents in the news.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. We have a full agenda and lots to cover tonight. I will share out something really, I guess, I'm trying to find joy, and joy seems to be an art right now for me. And it's new for me to be exploring just art and going to watch musical theater productions and seeing creativity in action. And I really got to this week when I went to Miss Hawthorne's 8th grade history class at PGMS. The students had put together presentations, but not just any presentation. It was a graphic novel, a rap, or a movie. And they were rapping to current songs with lyrics that were historical facts, and it was awesome. They are so creative and so brave because they sat there and they had to listen to the work they had created and produced and poured so much into in front of their peers, which, I mean, if you know middle schoolers, like, that's huge. And it was just an awesome, example of like the creative work that's being done in our classrooms. And one of those examples where Miss Hawthorne really knows how to use and does well different forms of media, and the kids are super engaged. So that was really fantastic this week. So, and the other thing I was going to shout out for the arts is Beetlejuice is at the middle school this weekend, directed by Mrs. Bulware and Ashley Beam, and the kids have been working extremely hard. It is going to be highly entertaining. Friday night, Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, or Sunday. You do have to buy tickets at the door, but please come join and watch all the amazing work come together. It's a really great group of kids and a really awesome group of adults who support them. So those are my 2 highlights for today, and I will move on to the rest of the board for any additional comments. Let's go to Clerk Shamas. Yes. Thank you for asking.
You just mentioned joy, finding joy. And the one thing that I find joy in is when I go over to the stadium at the high school and I walk, and then I walk up the steps, I do the stairs, and I get to the top and I look out and I just go, God, this is so beautiful. The stadium, just the scenery. I don't know if everybody thinks about it very much, but it's, our sites are so beautiful. It's not just the high school, but it's just because I walk over there, that's what I see a lot. But when I go to the top of the stands and I look out and I just go, God, I'm just so thankful that we have this facility and that it's in such a beautiful place. And then, and then I get to see the kids, like the lacrosse is out there, track is out there. I turn around, there's baseball starting up, and it's very fulfilling. So go out there and check it out. Thank you.
So I'll break a mini rule and just comment on the presentation we had because it really resonated. Just to the start of the meeting from the elementary students helped remind, such a good reminder of how important it is and how we as a district can do just such a good job teaching our children to be advocates, right? This is a lifelong learning journey. Hopefully there's a lot of you in the room here that are also expressing that learning and that ability to be advocates. And it just, for me, was a really great example of the dedication, professionalism, and resilience that our staff and district has, and gives me some hope, some genuine hope that we can and we will work through some of these difficult challenges faced together. So that's my comment.
Well, you took a little bit of mine. My comment tonight is just going to be to shout out again that team of young women that just advocated and showed that we can all care for each other, even if it doesn't directly affect who you are or directly affect you as a person. Being able to care for others, looking out to others, and just I don't know, just taking the time to recognize when someone needs to be cared for. I think it's beautiful that we got to see that tonight, and I'm just grateful. And that's all I have.
Good evening. I wrote so as to not stammer as much as possible, but the past few weeks have maybe not been our best month. I promise I wrote this, so I won't say anything totally inappropriate. And I'd be lying if I was saying that I wasn't dreading this meeting a little bit. To go back, there was sort of referenced, news came out about a former staff member being arrested involving something with a student this week. This is an ongoing case that I'm sure I probably shouldn't speak about. And to be honest, I don't really know any details that haven't been reported in the news. But I do know how the news made me feel as a parent, and that is disgusted, heartbroken, and terribly sad. I really hope that the student or any child that has an adult betraying their responsibility of being an adult knows that the community has their back and we have resources to help anyone in this situation. I am incredibly proud of the students' bravery for going through this very difficult process, which I can't imagine. But I hope that they know that they are making other kids safer. There was also an email from the district about an incident involving a student threatening another student with a knife while out riding an e-bike. This happened off campus, outside school hours, but still our kids. Again, I don't know much about this beyond the email the community received. Thankfully, everyone's safe. But I keep on seeing kids popping wheelies on souped up e-bikes while riding up and down really busy streets or through parking lots and school sites. And now they're brandishing knives. I want to publicly come out and say I am against our children turning into bad guys from 80s action movies. We are in Pacific Grove. It's not so tough here. And I love e-bikes, but I think we should also wear a helmet and don't act foolish. I mention these things not to pile on, but because we can't govern well with our heads in the sand. We're supposed to see clearly, even when that is hard. Over the past year, I get increasingly concerned the more that I dive into budgets and articles and learn more about this school district and become so proud, but also worried about the future. We're facing disruption from technology, a possible recession, rising cost of living, and a federal government more and more unwilling to invest in the future for solvency and success. We need to think like a community, as a city, as a region that can survive and thrive on its own terms. These are far-ranging thoughts and worries, but I bring them up because you're all here tonight at this unfortunate inflection point. But hopefully if we pay attention and we are all involved throughout the year and years, we won't have another inflection point like this in the future. Last thing, I was genuinely jazzed, to use a term that all the cool kids say, to see students at the high school peacefully protesting last week, standing up for what they believe in, whatever you think of their specific politics, exercising that civic muscle matters. I want kids who think, who care, and who show up, just like the young kids did today, and I was super proud.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you, everyone. Superintendent Adamson, your report is up next.
Thank you. All right. Well, as I usually do, I'm going to go ahead and craft my report through our 3 core values. I will start with belonging, and there are plenty of highlights for me to, showcase tonight on how I'm seeing that across our sites. Let's see, I think most recently this past weekend, the CCS Honor Choir delivered what was reported as a beautiful performance at Salinas High School, featuring talented singers from both PGHS and our middle school. Heartfelt thank you to Mr. Mazer for making this meaningful opportunity for all of our students. It's just such a neat opportunity for us to see their talents and skills. I'm also proud to announce that PGHS senior Tony Gabrick earned first place at the Monterey County Poetry Out Loud competition on January 31st, and Trustee McNeary has shared that, but I really wanted to be sure to highlight that as well. And again, Mrs. Grogan, thank you and the English department for just making those opportunities available for our students, for them to shine. In athletics, congratulations to our PG High School football standouts, Garrett Kuska and Isaac Sanchez. They represented Pacific Grove School in the 40th Annual Central Coast All-Star Football Classic, which happened recently at Robobank Stadium on January 31st. Both were selected in recognition of their outstanding performance this season, just a tremendous honor and reflection of their hard work throughout the season.
We also celebrate Black History Month this month, and it's just been really neat to see as I visit schools and hear about what's going on, all of the activities that our teachers are putting together. Library and classroom displays are, really are evident as you visit libraries. We're hearing about music, primary source analyses. During a recent visit to PGMS, I learned that this marks the 100th anniversary of Black History Month, so that's a big deal. And just grateful, for the many ways our staff are bringing this meaningful month and learning to life in so many ways. Finally, on belonging, I want to recognize National School Counselors Week, honoring our school counselors, obviously also our mental health therapists and school psychologists, all of whom support our students in so many different ways in helping them through challenging times. It's been neat to hear just how they've been recognized at their school sites as well. All right, moving on to safety. Student safety and wellness remain a top priority for us across the district. Dr. Grover's second part to his drug awareness presentation took place within the last week at PG Middle School. It was outstanding. Students were engaged, and it was a good 90 minutes. And the questions that they, wanted to ask at the end, it was just really amazing, the learning that's happening there. And this was the second part to that. So we're so lucky to have Dr. Grover. I know we're also trying to organize assemblies for our other schools, and he is a little delayed and kind of, his calendar is eaten up with many similar presentations, but we're looking towards the end of sort of later spring for those. Let's see, also looking ahead, we're looking at partnering with Central Coast Overdose Prevention, otherwise known as CCODP. Dr. Grover, again, CHOMP and Chief Day will be offering sort of a panelist discussion, and we're going to be presenting Fentanyl High. It's a video that really highlights some of the parents and students who will be telling their own stories about drug addiction. So that is going to be, we're looking at a date in April, will be for our entire community, predominantly middle and high school for parents, but to invite their students as well. So more information on that to come. And then, yes, we held our safety meeting last week. Assistant Soup John will share a little bit more of the details in the safety report. But I honestly, said to him after that was one of our best, meetings. We had representatives from all of our sites. We had city representation, our chief of police, our chief of fire, and just so grateful to our community and representation at all of our sites for coming together. These are such important things. We had that chance to talk about things of safety and what are we doing and what practices do we have in place, and just to jump off from your comments about the concerns, right, with the safety of our students. Trustee Wax, you highlighted some key things. I think what so comes to mind in all of those situations and the hard things that we've had to really navigate these last couple of months, that the systems in place that we have work. It's our job to make sure we're getting those communicated out, that our students know about them, that our adults know that their role in it, and everything. That reporting system tells me that is working, and that is so important for that continuation and the security of our students. And then finally, with prosperity, arts continue to thrive. Trustee McNeary talked about Beetlejuice this weekend, so looking forward to attending there. And then also I look forward to joining Principal Roach tomorrow, where we will be at the Bright Minds, Bright Futures award ceremony, where Pacific Grove Middle School will be recognized for their outstanding efforts and performance predominantly in math, but at the same time that also goes towards just ensuring that sense of security and safety for all of our students to allow them to achieve to that level. So excited to recognize our staff and students. Again, just thank you all for your role. Thank you all for being here this evening as part of those ongoing discussions. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back to you, President McNeary.
Thank you, Dr. Adamson. Assistant Superintendent Jorn, we have the safety report up next with you.
Yeah, thank you, President McNeary and Dr. Adamson. Really did kick it off well as it relates to our safety committee. Really, this has been kind of an evolution of the committee over the past few years, and it's really neat to see how engaging and collaborative we can be, not only with our school sites, our parents, but our community stakeholders like emergency responders. There's just a lot of really good discussion and a lot of progression forward as it relates to everything from infrastructure projects to new policies that we may be implementing. Lewis, if you want to pull the slide up. So on the traffic safety front, the police department, you may have noticed, has increased their patrols all around Pacific Grove, but dominantly in front of Sunset Avenue or in front of Sunset, Pine Avenue, and Cynics. as well as Spruce and 13th at the backside of Robert Down. Infrastructure improvements, many you have seen on Pine, new delineators, rumble strips, and signage have also been installed by the city, as well as 30-minute parking zone in front of Robert Down. So really thanks to PG Public Works and PGPD kind of working collaboratively with the district and our safety committee on these items. Tonight, you're going to see the facilities master plan budget for Measure B brought forward for approval. Measure D has a bunch of quick start projects that are starting this summer. Both Measure B project list, which you'll see tonight, and the Measure D quick start list have a lot of safety improvements within those projects. So everything from accessible paths to travel, ADA paths to travel, updated fencing, lighting, and outdoor modernization space. Over the summer of 2026, a lot is going to be happening on our campuses, and that's thanks to the voters for Measure D, which we're closing out, and then we'll begin the process of Measure B, which the board will review the budget for tonight. All of the school site safety plans have been updated, and the district will submit those to the County Office of Education prior to the March 1st deadline. The plans now include enhanced social media, emotional health components, and technology safety protocols. There's an e-bike safety forum that's planned for the future with PGPD and PGUSD to educate the community on the new California statutes. And those of you that have been attending city council meetings and the traffic commission, you'll note that there's continued work related to updating municipal code and applied violations for some of our students on e-bikes, which was brought up by Trustee Wax tonight. So more to come there. And then on the digital safety front, next-gen antivirus has been deployed and two-factor authentication implemented, and AI tools have been made accessible to staff, but not yet for students. That discussion will be at a future board meeting. I believe it's May of 2026. We'll see a presentation from our technology department. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Item 5 on our agenda is individuals desiring to address the board. And we will have public comment on any item of interest to the public that is within the board's jurisdiction. The board will also take public comment on each specific action item prior to action on that item. So if anyone is tuning in for items that are appearing further in our agenda, like the budget reductions or the facilities master plan, please save your comments for that item when it comes up on the agenda. Just a reminder that the meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education is a business meeting of the board conducted in public, and the Brown Act limits the board's ability to respond to any public comment. We may choose to direct items to administration or add something to a future agenda. We will begin with our community members wishing to address the board on agenda or items not on the agenda. And we'll go in person and online. Okay. Yes, please. Thank you.
Members of the Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent, as you're probably well aware, and most folks in the room know, that the Monterey Peninsula Soccer League for the past 13 years has been running a fundraising program for the boys and girls soccer teams at Pacific Grove High School. And as president of that organization, I'm Tom Moore, probably for the record. Sorry. I stop by occasionally to drop off a check or two. So we have for the Pacific Grove Boys High School soccer team a check tonight for $6,305.57 and an equal amount for the girls soccer team. And I'll just point out that in the past 13 years, we have raised a total of $152,579.82, but who's counting? For the programs. And I want to say our players very much appreciate the relationship that we have had over the years. I know there's at least one other player besides myself in the room. And every so often I even get a call right when I have to referee one of his games, but not always. At any rate, is the principal here or? I suspect he wants to take possession of these checks.
This season, so we're very proud of it.
Indeed. We do too. Thank you. Oh, thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, any other community members who wish to give public comment on items not on the agenda, either in the room or online? Any comments online? Oh, we have another comment in the room. Yes, feel free to come forward to the podium if you're ready to make a public comment. Yes, sir.
Make sure that.
Can you,
Yeah, sure.
can you come forward to the podium, and then when the green light is on, that will start your 3 minutes and the microphone should be on, just so we can all hear you in the room and everyone at home can hear you too.
Okay. You do not know me, board members. I'm appearing here before you tonight for the first time. You may vaguely recognize my son, Matthew. Stand up.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm pleased to be here with my dad today. My name is Matthew Vaughn, and I'm currently an 11th grader.
So we are appearing here before you tonight, board members, for a very serious thing. And we would ask if there are any youth here. Maybe this gentleman in the green shirt could leave, because I need to bring up something very serious. And there's no foul language or anything, but I would prefer that someone young does not get exposed to what I'm going to say. So I just want to give a forewarning. You do not know us. My name is Jay Hall. I'm an electrical engineer and a research scientist. My son's Matthew's mother could not be here tonight. Her name is Jung Ha. She is a mathematics professor in the CSU system. Why are we appearing here before you tonight? It's very simple. My son last year was a 10th grader. He's an 11th grader now. When he was a 10th grader, and partially when he was a 9th grader, he was mistreated by two teachers, Sally Richmond and Kristen Lucifer. Sally Richmond is a teacher who teaches computer science classes, engineering classes, and an occasional math class. Kristen Lucifer teaches 10th grade English and 10th grade honors English. If you would have told us 2 years ago that two teachers would end up collaborating together to injure an innocent kid, my wife and I flat out would not have believed you. However, in the last year and a half, slightly more than that, a number of different events have occurred. Evidence from those events has amounted. And even with a due accounting for apophenia, we are continually led to the same conclusion after very careful analysis, which is that Matthew was mistreated and misgraded. I can also say, board members, that appearing here before you tonight was not our first choice. We wanted to resolve this matter following the proper chain of command by addressing the teachers in a much less public setting than this, much more private setting, and basically we were rebuffed. And then we had to approach Principal Amir, which we did not wish to do. And he did not, Miss Principal Amir last year was in his very first year. We did not want to bring this matter to him. He has no part of this. He's a good person. And then we had to speak to Dr. Adamson. And Dr. Adamson, as a superintendent, has her own particular view, which I'm sure she will share on this message. But as a superintendent, as an office holder, she has an implicit bias. Part of that bias is to protect her teachers, even if privately she might admit that sometimes they don't always display the behavior that she might want. Therefore, because of that situation, we come to the point where, I'm sorry, just a little bit nervous. I wasn't aware that we had a certain 3-minute time. Sorry about that. We think that because you're the board members, that we understand you are not, I'm sorry, board members, it's going to take a little bit longer than 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, we do have a limit and
Yeah.
we have to make it consistent for everyone who comments.
When would I be able to speak for maybe 10 to 12 minutes?
Sure, so the board cannot respond to your public comments.
Sure.
This is not a forum in which we can respond. I want you to know that we do take what you're saying very seriously, and it would be most appropriate for us to have Dr. Adamson and our chief of HR follow up with you as our next steps.
If possible, board members, I would like to address you directly. I have spoken.
I'm sorry, sir. We can follow up with you offline, but this is not the proper forum for the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other individuals desiring to address the board at this time on non-agenda items? Okay, with that, we'll move on to staff comments. on non-agenda items, and I see Miss Dieter approaching the podium. Take your time. Cute shoes. You have 3 minutes as well.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Adamson, Assistant Superintendent Jordan. My name is Sherry Dieter. I'm the lead teacher at Pacific Grove Community High School. I'm here to offer a refresher to celebrate recent awards and achievements at Pacific Grove Community High School. A celebration, a refresher. PGCHS hosted our WASC visit in 2024 and earned a 6-year accreditation. On a 4-point scale, we earned the highest possible rating of highly effective in 14 of the 19 categories. We earned the next ranking of effective in the remaining 5. In 2024, Anthony Garcia Trinidad earned the AXA Region 10 Every Student Succeeds Award. He earned this honor based on his resilience and overcoming obstacles to excel at Pacific Grove Community High School. Multiple students have been nominated for and received Monterey Peninsula College Evans scholarships. In October, we hosted the State of California Model Continuation School Committee in order to apply for this highly regarded award for community high school. We received informal confirmation by the end of their visit and are awaiting formal confirmation from California Continuation Education Association. And I'm sure Principal O'Meara will keep us all posted. These awards and the excellence of our program are made possible by having stable, collaborative, full-time staff in place. As a district that gives lip service to equity, diversity, and inclusion, I encourage you to look carefully at the unique student body you're serving through community high school. I also encourage you to look very carefully at the staff you have in place serving these students and ask yourselves, how are you supporting their growth, stability, and retention? Growth, stability, and retention. Mansoor Abdur Rahim and I work very closely together. We collaborate very well together. We have done so for 4 years. I ask you to please not look at our district like a checkerboard where you shift people around, and instead consider that we are humans and are effective and productive for our students in certain collaborations. In conclusion, I also ask the board to conduct an in-depth review of the Independent Studies program at PG High School. How are students referred to this program? How is it accredited? What are the outcomes? How many students can attend in a year? How many credits can one student earn through Pacific Grove High School Independent Studies program? How many credits can they earn over 4 years? I have asked for 4 years for more information of this program and have received nothing. I ask the board to report out more, and I thank you sincerely for your time and celebration of Pacific Grove Community High School.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry, I cannot. Okay, can you hand the pile to me?
Time limit, yeah.
Yeah.
These are one for each member.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna hang on to this and I'm gonna move forward with the meeting, and we will make sure someone gets in contact with you to follow up about what you shared this evening. Thank you. Are there any other staff comments on non-agenda items? Seeing none, we are on to the consent portion of our agenda. And just to remind all of us in the room that items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and or may have been discussed at a previous meeting. There is no board discussion of consent items prior to a vote unless a board member requests items be pulled, removed, and discussed. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. For the board this evening, we have a consent agenda consisting of items A through M, which are listed in the packet and have their accompanying documents there. First, we will go out to public comment on the consent agenda. Are there any comments on the consent agenda as presented? Okay. And none online, none in the room. Board, is there any discussion on the consent agenda this evening? And just reminding us that if we want to talk about it, we have to pull it.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I am going to need to pull, it will be E, the out of county overnight activities, specifically page 36. I would have put these in the trustee questions, but I just noticed
Okay,
this
so
evening.
sorry for that. We will move that to action. And we can put it as action A, and we can discuss it first up after we move through the rest of the consent agenda. Does that work for you, trustee Otmar?
That is acceptable. Thank you.
All right, with that, board, is there anything further on the consent agenda?
To make a motion to pass the consent agenda without item E, since that's been pulled.
Okay, motion made by trustee Hazen.
I'll second.
And a second from trustee Otmar. First, we'll go over to our student trustee vote. Thank you. Board, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we'll move on now to action discussion and item E, which is now AA under action, the out of county overnight activities. And I'll turn it over to you, trustee Otmar.
Thank you. So just for clarification, page 36 in the packet, which is out of county overnight requests for track meet. I was just a bit confused about transportation. I see number of students is 50, number of adults 5, but there are only 3 adults listed, and it's for with a district van. So I just wanted to figure out who the other 2 adult chaperones would be, and making sure that there will be 5 district vans. And that 10 kids can fit in a district van safely.
Yeah, we certainly don't have that many vans. I was of the impression that there's actually parents that are driving students. I know that's not noted on here, and that there were district vans being utilized, and the chaperones in those vans were going to transport a number of students, but not 50 because we don't have 10 district vans. So I would ask for maybe further clarification from the principal if I could get that, if he has it. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to spring it on you. I just noticed it as I was going through it tonight, and I had otherwise I would have put it in the questions earlier.
Yeah, I would certainly have to circle back with our track coach and bring details. I can do that as soon as tomorrow morning.
Okay, perfect. It looks like the date is out through April, so there might be time to come back. I just want to make sure that any parent that's traveling with a student is.
So sorry. There's only room on the form to choose either district van or auto. The 3 drivers, I haven't seen the names of the drivers, but I'm assuming the 3 drivers are the auto drivers, and then the 2 coaches will be driving the 2 district vans, but we can only choose one or the other. So lots of times they'll choose the district van because that's how we get approval from transportation.
Okay. I'm like, that sounds sticky, but I won't approve it like that. So I don't know how we're gonna.
I'm still happy to bring more details in the morning for sure.
Very perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can bring it back at our next regular board meeting in February, and it'll be plenty of time to see that again.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone, for that.
Okay, thank you, trustee Otmar. So no action is being taken on item AA, and direction is to bring that back after you have an opportunity to look at it. The next item, or first item listed on our action discussion agenda, is item A, which is the 2024-25 measures A and D financial and performance audit report. Superintendent Jorn, is this your item?
This is my item.
Okay.
Thank you. I just got promoted. Just kidding. Linda's laughing. Okay, a little levity, folks. Every year the district goes through, we're in the middle of an interim audit as we speak right now, this week, believe it or not. We go through audit throughout the year. Pretty much the entire year. Okay, so our auditors do our financial audit and they do our bond audit. And then we have two different interim audits in between those audits. At the last board meeting, we brought forward the district's financial audit for the fiscal year of 24-25. Where there were no findings this year, which was a wonderful note. And tonight I'm bringing forward Measure A and Measure D. This is our Fund 21 General Obligation Bond Measure Audit. And we are presenting tonight an unmodified opinion from I. Bailey LLC related to this bond audit with no findings or question costs. And I would just like to say at this point, the amount of collaboration between our business office and our facilities MOT department has really just evolved into really a kind of well-oiled machine alongside of our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee to bring forward, after going through such an extensive audit throughout the year multiple times, to bring forward an unmodified opinion with no material findings really speaks to the work that the staff is doing. And with that, I bring it forward for action tonight.
Thank you for your report. We will go first to public comment on this action agenda item. Is there any public comment in the room? Okay, I'm seeing no one. Back to the board for discussion. I was just going to highlight that the audit result is a really good one for our district, and read out that in all material respects, the district has properly accounted for the expenditures held in the building fund, measures A and D, and that such expenditures were made for authorized bond projects. And I think that's a really important statement. So just noting that, I do have kind of a question future agenda item, which is we've been using the same auditors for some time, and what is best practice, and should we be looking for a different auditor firm, just so we're using best practice and whatever makes sense in that regard. But it's not something I need before we can move forward today, but just I think for future discussion. Trustee Clerk Shamos, go for it.
I have a question. How does our oversight committee blend in with this? I didn't see any mention of them in there, and unless I missed it, but.
Yeah, and there is no mention of the Bond Oversight Committee because the auditors really what they're following is the California School Accounting Manual, CSAM manual, and all of our GASB requirements. So everything that comes down from the state, they have to check and verify that we are following state standards and guidelines. That's separate from the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee's responsibility, in kind, it's a little bit tandem. They're not requiring us to follow proper protocol procedure for spending as it relates to the bond measure. What they're doing is they're asking for staff to bring forward, okay, what are the approved board projects? And did the district deliver those projects as defined on the board approved item? So that's one of the big things the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee does. They also verify that, we're spending within the budget allocated by the board on each and every project and for the measure itself and related to the series release for that measure. So we do meet with our Bond Oversight Committee 4 times a year. We have another CBOC meeting in April, if I recall, and we have two seats that are open. So I'm going to give a small plug tonight. We have a couple of members that have been on the Bond Oversight Committee for some time. They're very helpful members of the committee, but they've termed out, and we have 2 open seats that we're soliciting the public for our April meeting. So if you're interested in Citizens Bond Oversight Committee related to our GEO bond, please contact myself or Director Anderson.
Okay, so they're parallel, but they don't intersect. And
yeah, there's a requirement under the bond auditing guidelines that we have a CBOC, and then they have their duties assigned, but the auditors don't audit their performance.
Yep. Any further discussion from the board on this item? If not, I will look to the board for a motion.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 measures A&D financial and performance audit report.
I'll go ahead and second.
Motion made. Thank you both. Motion made by Trustee Wax and seconded by Trustee Hazen. We'll go over to our student trustee vote on this item.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Board, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any noes? Motion passes unanimously. Item B on our action discussion agenda is the facilities master projects budget. This is a big one. Assistant Superintendent Jorn, I'll give it to you to introduce our presenter this evening.
Thank you very much, President McNary. So this has been quite a process, a 2-year process in the making related to Measure B. We just reported on Measures A and D. Those are prior general obligation bonds that the community passed for the district's facilities and infrastructure projects. We are reporting tonight, and I have Dustin here with us. Cody, is Cody online as well, or is it just?
It's just me tonight.
Just Dustin. Okay, so alum and parent as well as project and program manager for Esonio. The district went through quite an extensive process in RFQ to bring on a program management team to help support the new Measure B general obligation bond for 78 million. We've had quite a few stakeholder engagement meetings up until this point, and then many stakeholder engagement meetings with staff, and then via our facilities subcommittee to get us to this presentation tonight. I don't want to keep speaking because a lot of this will be covered in the presentation. But yes, I would like to turn it over to Dustin. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Good evening, everybody. Dr. Adamson, members of the board. So tonight we are going to go over the master project list, the proposed master project list, which is actually a budget for Measure B bond projects. And so on our agenda, we're going to recap the what is the master project list, how did we develop the list, the budget, and then actually we're going to review the list. So what is the master project list? That's this list outlines how we're going to move forward with Measure B bond. What projects are we going to move forward with and actually construct? And what the list consists of is every project on each campus. It has a budget assigned to that project. So how much are we going to spend on said project? And then a description of that project as well, which to tie back to the bond oversight committee, they will be looking at, are we spending the correct our invoices back checking to the projects that are on that list. And we're here tonight because we need board approval for the list because we want to have everything transparent and the community and everybody behind what we're going to end up doing with the taxpayer money. And so this slide shows where we're at right now. So we've done our facilities master plan has been completed. We had our quick start list done. So we're off on to the races on projects for this summer. And then we're right here on our master bond project list. So once approved, we'll keep going down to the lower part of the schedule. So I'll put together a master schedule, and that will show how we're going to roll out all the projects, when we're going to do them over the duration of the bond, which is multiple years. And then we'll put a cash flow together so we can get so we can sell bonds and know, like, okay, we're going to sell this amount of bonds because we have this many projects coming on at this point. So there's some strategy there to sell the bonds. And then we get to project planning over here, which is really design. And so in the design effort, that's where we're really going to get in the nuts and bolts of what these projects will look like and how they'll feel. Right now, I have descriptions up there with budgets and project names, but we haven't gone through the process of, like, this is what it's going to look like, and these are the intricacies of how things move around it within the building when we do a renovation. That's to come. We first need to get the budget approved. Then we'll engage in our designer. DCA is our design firm that we're using at this district, and engage with all the appropriate stakeholders, community members, facilities committee, and you all for approval on those designs. And then we'll get into construction, and then we'll have some nice new facilities for everybody. So with the master project list, if we get approval tonight, that's not the end all be all. We got to do all these projects and we're all done. There is a revision process if priorities change, if we evolve over time and we say, that project that we thought was good in 2026, that's really not going to work for us. We want to bring this one to the table. There's a process to change that, and that's called a bond list revision, and that also gets filtered through the facilities committee and the board for approval. Again, so it's all transparent for a community on what we're doing with the taxpayer money. So in development of the project list, we started with reviewing the bond language. What was the campaign solicitation. What projects were we talking to the community about? We also dove into the facilities master plan, which was done by MGT. I think it was approved last year. So dove into that deeply and understood where did they see the projects needed to come from. Priority 1, 2, and 3 projects were listed in that report. And then we went on site and we did what we call a gap analysis report. And what that is get on site, look at the facilities master plan, and what else should we be considering as we're putting together a list of projects to roll out over the next coming years. So that added a lot of projects to the list as well. And then we have our quick start projects, our Measure D's wrapping up. So we incorporated that into the consideration of how we developed the list. Then we had to go into some considerable amount of estimating. There's 6 campuses, 140 projects were on the list. We had to scope everything out, put numbers to it, get it as close as we could to something that we could stand behind. And our overall full need budget for this district is $193 million, and we have $78 million to apply to this list. So the next step was how do we get the project list pared down into something that makes sense for the district. So a lot of stakeholder engagement is how we did that. So we met with all the principals on site and got to know their programs and what their interests were, what their goals are. We had campus forums where we engaged with all the staff and got their input as well. Put sample lists up on the board, got their feedback on that. We also did campus surveys. So we sent out Google surveys with questionnaires. So here's the whole list. What would you like to see on there? Rate it. Got feedback there for us to synthesize into our proposal. And then we had a facilities committee developed just for this to review the list and the budget and give us feedback on that. We had 3 of those meetings and had a consensus at those meetings on what we're going to present tonight. The facilities committee is also compiled of a couple of board members, all the principals, facilities, parents, and community members. So it's a good round group of folks looking at that. Excuse me. So we're going to get to the list here. I installed the Quick Start project list. This was approved in September. So this is all the work that's up and coming and going to be put in this summer and into the spring and fall of this year. And then I have these slides here by campus. So I know we're short on. I mean, we have a long night ahead of us, so I will go fast. I'll pause after each campus for questions. I think it makes sense. So we're not going through the whole thing, and then we're going back to the top, and we'll see how we do. So starting at Forest Grove, the top portions of these charts are going to be our infrastructure projects, our priority 1 projects, that's infrastructure, safety, ADA, things that we need to do to keep the lights on. And then the lower portions of all these lists are the projects that surface to the top with all of our surveys and whatnot and discussions. So also we have the project name is in this column. Priority 1, 2, or 3, or if it was a gap analysis project, comes up on this column, and then the budget and then the description. So that's kind of how we read the list. For Forest Grove, top here is electrical upgrades at the end of building B. There's a older transformer and switchgear that looks like it's end of life. So we're proposing to get that fixed to keep that in good shape for the long haul here. All the sites I put this site improvements, ADA, security, and infrastructure jobs. That was a common theme throughout all the sites to address those items. So particularly at Forest Grove, we need to address the sewer lines, and then there's a water line that keeps giving the facilities fits that we need to take care of so water stays on at the site. And then the new playground equipment, that was a big a big project that the staff talked about when we met with them. And so what this is in addition to some of the site work that we're doing this summer, it integrates some other playground equipment like swings and carousels and walk gardens and things that are outside of the ball walls and the basketball hoops and the things that they have right now. So we put that on there. Big staff ask, and then multi-purpose rooms. So the multi-purpose rooms at both elementary schools will be addressed. This one will be modernize that space, bring some light to it, skylights, redo the walls, address all the conduit that are on the walls, redo the flooring, just kind of brighten that space up, make it a little more lively. That stage in the back could probably get addressed. And then with our budgets, we're looking at this description, but there also is we need to consider using other bond funding. There's Measure A funding as well, which is a tech bond. So when we look at like classroom modernizations and multi-purpose rooms and auditoriums and places where there is going to be tech, we'll use from that pot to supplement these budgets. So we have a nice complete package that we're presenting at the end of the day. And then campus-wide classroom modernizations. Again, this is a common theme on all the campuses is to upgrade the classrooms. Let's get the flooring fixed up. Let's paint the rooms. Let's take care of all the old conduit and whiteboards and just kind of clean everything up, freshen it up, take care of that casework and modernize those spaces. And then the last one here is window replacement. This is a small budget to address some of the broken windows and whatnot that we got feedback from the group on. Okay, any questions there?
Board, are there any questions on just the site and the presentation? Go ahead.
Just one quick one. This will stem off questions coming down, but I notice there's not, AV, electrical, like tech equipment in here. Is that, I assume, coming in from our tech bond, not part of the FMP?
Yeah, that's the goal, is to use the tech bond to take that on. And then when we get into that design phase with DCA and we start talking through what are we doing here, that'll get pulled in that effort. Yeah.
I have a question about the playground equipment. Which levels or what level is that going to be installed at?
Right. So we need to get into the design process more to understand that. We'll look at third level. We'll look at second level. First level will get done this summer. So that's going to be pretty set in stone. But we just need to kind of dig in. We need to get the budget approved so we can dig in and make sense of what we want to do there. There's some constraints there with go ahead, Josh. You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that, through this process at every one of the sites, we're looking to develop a vision for what the campus should look like. We have budget constraints, right, with anything. So the discussion with the staff was really surrounding third level, right? What are we doing with third level? Is it going to stay grass? Is it going to stay turf? Do we need 2 ball fields up there? Should we have, swings or other sensory equipment up there? That was the discussion with them. So we did need to allot a budget, but I do want to be clear that once we get through the programming phase of this, it's just the design and input phase. There may be a grander vision for what's going to occur on third level. And then we basically break that down into increments. So we have a $1.2 million to fund a project now. That might be increment 1, and then increment 2 and 3 might be the rest of the vision, which is going to rely upon additional revenue and sources to fund that. But ultimately, what we're looking at is like a grander vision and then doing what we can now with the dollars that we have now.
To do all 3 levels, we're going to have to do that in phases. Is that accurate? Okay, that's good news. Oh, goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I'm hearing that the grand vision is that all 3 levels at Forest Grove will be addressed and made safer because the gopher holes and the not flat asphalt and okay, that's good to hear, but we don't have the design specifics. You can't tell me how many swings or what the playground equipment is going to look like, but those things are coming we're just at a step before
That's
looking
fair.
at drawings or imagining okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Is there I didn't see it in the presentation, but is there a proposed timeline for when construction will begin or sort of the general timeline from beginning until completion?
We need to put together the master schedule once we get the project list approved. So step one is get the project list approved, and then we can assess, okay, how much volume can we take on for this summer? How are we going to install swing space, which is interim housing, to move some of the folks out of their teaching facilities so we can tackle some of these larger jobs we're going to get to. So all that will be figured out, but we need to know what projects everyone's on board with first. We can't make the schedule if we're gonna start pulling, moving projects all around.
Yeah, I was just looking for sort of a general timeline. Like 3 years.
I'm thinking 5
years.
but yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be aggressive. I think 5 is appropriate.
Yeah.
We have to revise our facilities master plan every 5 years. The state requires that too, and we're already kind of a year into that, right? So there's gonna be a revision required with the state. We're also looking for those matching funds, right? When we're talking about incremental design and projects and looking for additional funds down the road, these projects we're going to apply to the state for matching funds on. So that might help us with additional revenue. But to speak specifically to schedule, Trustee Otmar, really, it's tied to cash flow, right? So how much of a series can we release at any given point in time, right? So $78 million bond, can we release 15 million on the first release? That's all contingent upon prior bond fundings and then that cap that Dale Scott presented. So I know that doesn't fully answer the question, but really the schedule's driven off of projects and cash flow.
Okay. And then is the plan, once we begin, it will be all campuses happening at once, or is it begin a campus, complete a campus, go to the next campus, begin a campus, complete the campus?
Oh, we'll address all campuses at once. We'll roll out project, we're not going to do all the projects on all campuses at once.
Oh, no, I understand. You're saying that like the beginning phase of a project, will it be like in the summer, all campuses will be having construction during that time? Or is it going to be like Forest Grove will be completed and then we move to Robert Down and then we move to, I'm just wondering what sort of the unfolding of the project looks like.
Yeah, I think it's going to matter. What's going to matter is the scope of work, right? So if, for example, we're going to roll out more site work and ADA accessibility projects that requires earthwork, concrete, site work type stuff, there's economies of scale in trying to, if there's 6 projects, or let's say we have 6 sites, if there's 12 projects, 2 at each site, it makes sense to roll those out all at once because there's benefit to doing that type of work all at once. As it relates to interior modernization, certainly that's not the case, right? Because we also have to deal with swing space that Dustin mentioned. So there may be a possibility that we're modernizing the interior of one campus this year, and then utilizing swing space and then moving to another campus in the out year.
Thank you.
That's all. Sounds like we're going to be under construction more or less.
Yeah, we'll be under construction. Yeah.
We should consider some signage.
Okay.
Feel free to proceed with your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to did we lose it? Robert Down. So Robert Down, priority 1 projects at the top, special education classroom upgrade. So this is an existing special ed classroom that we're going to reconfigure and add a gender neutral restroom to it. The next one is the fire life safety site improvements ADA projects. What I did here is there was a lot of these flavor jobs in the FMP, and we priced them out individually. We ended up rolling these all up into a general job on each site. That consolidates the list sum and then gives us a little more flexibility with all these projects that are in like kind to combine them and roll them out together, rather than having them one by one because of the way it was set up in the FMP. So over at Fire Life Safety Site Improvements, ADA Security and Infrastructure, we're going to be doing the ADA wayfinding improvements, signage, secured entry vestibule at the top of the stair there, And then campus-wide sewer and water line replacements. In addition to that, over at the stair to get onto the site, if you're in a wheelchair, you have to go to the east there and come in on an alternative entrance. So that's the ADA entrance there, and so we're going to put a buzzer and a camera so staff can buzz people in there, and they don't have to deal with the staircase there. Next item here is HVAC. That's going to be another common one. So Forest Grove already had HVAC completed under Measure D, but Robert Down needs to be addressed still. So HVAC systems throughout are on the list. Auditorium restorations. This is the auditorium. Redoing the seats, the walls, the handrails, flooring, HVAC, lighting, taking that place and transforming it. Again, if we have, we'll be using the tech bond to address any of the AV items that need to be taken care of there. De-escalation room, which is like a wellness room. That's a place we're going to repurpose a spot on site to create a spot for students to have a place if they need to cool off, calm down outside of the classroom. And so that was on top of the list when we did our polling and our surveying. And then outdoor classroom amphitheater. This is kind of like phase 2 to our summer work this year. So our summer work, we're taking care of that whole back play area, and then the space between levels 1 and 2 there, we're going to put an amphitheater in next summer, and that will be a outdoor amphitheater / classroom. Questions on Robert Down?
Anyone from the board? No questions.
Very good. Okay, middle school. A lot of infrastructure, safety, ADA projects on that site that were priority 1. So that's all these that I rolled up to the top. So ADA and wayfinding improvements around the site as you approach it. Egress compliance, that's ADA and fire life safety egress compliance within the building. Address that, make sure that's code compliant. Exterior lighting, need lighting out in the back. I think it's the north section of the campus, so everything is safe and secure and inviting at nighttime. Plumbing and infrastructure projects, so redoing I think it's sewer lines in the buildings and exterior that we're taking care of. Landscape upgrades, this would be some curb appeal on Forest Avenue and within the site, and then fire alarm upgrades. What I also have in this line item is a seal coat and asphalt repair at the dining area and right outside between buildings F and the main building. HVAC, once again on the list, that's replacing the rooftop units on the site on the main building and in the multi-purpose room. Classroom modernization and corridor upgrades. So these could probably be combined. We'll leave them separate for now, but this would be taking care of all the finishes within the main building. I say the main building because separate from that, the shop building F is going to get a complete overhaul. So that's a STEM building. It's got a maker space on one side, science lab, and a math lab in there. And so we're going to actually add a wellness center to that building, and that's a full. We need to find swing space, figure a place for someone to for them to teach while we take that place down to its core and then rebuild it back up. Kitchen expansion. This is a operations project to improve on the speed of serving all the students at lunchtime. Right now, it's pretty chaotic during lunch, trying to get everybody fed. So that'd be expanding that kitchen servery area. And then another large project is doing the track and field. So synthetic turf in the infield, and then a synthetic track on the outside and some track equipment as well to support their programs out there. Questions on middle school?
Maybe I'm misremembering, but were we going to address the entrance to the school and like the buzzing?
That's at Robert Down. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's up here. So access control vestibule.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So yeah, we're gonna create a little room as you come up to the main entrance there to for people can address the visitors at a window there. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
Good question.
Okay, moving right along, high school. High school had a project that was on the quick start list that after we got it approved, we were doing our reconciliation of the budget, and we found that there were some encumbrances that we weren't looking at, and so we needed to move two projects. This high school ADA project at the top here, this is a walkway that goes down to the baseball field and some site security fencing in the back portion of the campus. That is actually going to be funded by Measure D or Measure B now, because Measure D cannot take it on any longer. So I figured it was approved during Measure B effort, so we should put it on the list for Measure B because it's still a priority. Below that is our fire life safety ADA security infrastructure job. Long list. We're going to be doing a secured vestibule and fencing at the front of the campus to complete the security portion. There's some library drainage issues, or there's water in the basement of the library from time to time, so we're going to address that, keep the water out of there. Plumbing upgrades site-wide, so that would be water lines that traverse over to Forest Grove and some sewer lines that need to be addressed. Marquee sign out in front there was a priority when we did our surveying, so we put that on the list. And then there's a couple other items to note. The plaza behind the library, there's some retaining walls. It's really closed off to the site. We're going to open up those retaining walls and connect the main hall to that plaza to activate that portion of the campus. And then down, we're thinking down by the cafeteria, put some like student activity games or ball wall or cornhole or something for them to do at lunchtime, so they don't have to try to get down to the tennis courts where they're probably not supposed to go, and activate some activities during breaks and lunchtime. So that's that job. HVAC, again, going to address all the HVAC on the site. Electrical system upgrades. There's some panels and whatnot at the gym that need to be looked at and rebuilt. Roofing repairs. John's done a great job with roofing repairs and painting, just building envelope efforts with Measure D funding. This is a continuation of that. So that would be the roof repairs and exterior paint. Classroom modernizations. That's a large item there. There's a lot of classrooms on that site, and same flavor. Replace the finishes, see if we can do some flexible STEM spaces in there, and then use the tech bond for technology there. But the idea is to clean them up, lighten them up, redo the casework, make them look modern. Window and door replacement also got a lot of votes. There's some one half of the building of the campus is all redone with new aluminum windows, but the other side didn't get touched. So look at those, kind of prioritize which ones that make best sense and replace those windows. Locker room refreshment. This is a smaller item, but it's partitions in the showers and fixing some of the damage that's down there, and then CTE improvements. So unfortunately, we didn't have budget to build a grand CTE building on the site, and so in thinking through that program that's important to the district, that they get a lot of grant funding for equipment, but there's stipulations on the install of that. So what we did is put a budget together. So this would supplement all that grant funding equipment to be able to provide the labor and contractors to install this stuff. And then last on the list is restroom renovations, both staff and student. Questions on high school?
Yes, just two, and I could have brought this up a little at the middle school. One of my, and I know this is a budget presentation, but I want to start putting pins in some of these things.
Yep.
One of my concerns
Making
with
notes.
the ADA fencing is like basically safe egress on campus, trying to move student traffic away from the big busiest streets if possible, and take advantage where we might have, already gates in place or, access, recognizing there needs to be manning at the sites, et cetera. But that's just something I worry about when we're saying we're putting up fences. I can see that being potential way to exclude people or capture people in an unintended way during an emergency. So that's just one thing I want to make sure we're developing in concert with the safety plan.
For sure. Yep.
The other thing I was going to say just on this, and I probably again could have mentioned a different topic, but is the idea of kind of the flagship. Like you brought up the point of not having enough money for the CTE, which again, we know budget is dictating a lot of what we can do. But I think it's really important for us to think, like we heard about the outdoor classrooms and the middle school field improvements. Like what are the things that we as a district are going to be able to point to be particularly proud of?
Right.
I'm not asking you to answer this again now, but just thinking like as we go forward, I could easily see us getting stuck. Thanks, Assistant Superintendent Jordan. So that all the windows in the high school would eat up almost all of our budget. So, but that's not something I want to go back to the public and say, this is what your amazing bond paid for. So it's that balance of figuring out how do we do the work we need to do, but make sure we're actually doing something to make sure that we're improving the site for years to come, if that makes sense.
That totally makes sense. Later in the slides, I have I have like a summary slide, and I feel like that would be a good slide to use in some campaigning. We'll get some images put to it, and it kind of summarizes all the larger projects, and then how we're hitting up the infrastructure and the safety and student experience and whatnot.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else on the high school? Okay, adult education. Adult education is our campus over on Lighthouse there, and so in looking at that, we have the Measure D project at the bottom of this. I don't know why I didn't put it at the top like the other, but this is addressing the ADA and the parking in the back, and some site fencing by the Muni field there. So that is actually going to be we're starting design on that now, and we'll probably roll that out in the spring of 27. In addition to that, what made the list is roofing, continuing with our building envelope theme, get the buildings nice and dry. And then our fire life safety infrastructure projects is mainly sewer lines and water lines on site, and then some additional fencing over at the child care center next to Muni. They have a short fence right now. We need to get that taller for safety reasons. And then that same parking lot right there, there's an old they call it the nursing annex building that's going to be coming down. It was like a storage facility. We'll demo that this summer, and then we'll pave that out and create a parking lot for that. Parking is an issue on that site, so add parking. We'll probably combine this with this project down here. So we'll get this parking lot done. Use this parking lot while we do this project down there. So that's an example of trying to like coordinate the work and do swing space so we can keep people in operation while we're doing these projects. And then the main project. So this one, when you go in that building, it needs some love. So this is a $6.1 million job to totally renovate, modernize the main building there at the adult school. So that's windows, HVAC, all interior finishes, fire rated corridors, ADA, get it all up to speed, new technology, infrastructure, all the things. And then I think that is it for adult school. Questions on adult school? Okay. David Avenue. David Avenue is also community high, which is at the charter school site. And so for community high focused items, that's building A, which is a little bit west of the charter school. Plan to do exterior roof and paint, and then a whole interior refresh there. They have a really great maker space there, and then 2 classrooms. So I feel like our budget can make some good headroom or make some good progress there. Other items more focused at the charter school site is ADA path to travel. So the spine of that campus is kind of just meanders real steep down the middle there. We need to clean that up, make it so it's ADA compliant. Restrooms need to be addressed at the adult school. John's done some of those restrooms, but there's a few more that need to be addressed. Fire life safety fire alarm. The fire alarm is end of life. We need to address the fire alarm. Fire rated walls, there's wood paneling, so we need to take that down. It's a safety hazard to address. some of those canopies, the covered walkways, the supports of those, we need to look at and have those taken care of, boosted up, and then again HVAC. So we have a clever idea to utilize existing heaters there, but introduce a lot of fresh air into that space. Questions on adult school
or
community high?
Community
I know
high.
they kind of blend together.
very different programs.
Very different program.
Very
Sorry,
different campuses
charter
now
school
as well. The charter
high,
school,
yeah.
yeah, and community high,
Yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
they're in the same
I said
spot.
adult school.
I noticed on the earlier sites that in terms of the priority, there were gap projects for David Avenue Community High. And I know the gap project was kind of where we got staff input about
Yeah.
what's a priority. So I'm just curious about this site as well.
I can't remember. I think all these items were on the FMP. That's why they're all priority 1, 2, 3 down here was it supports the ask and the survey response from the community high staff.
Okay.
The physical education improvements down. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting close here. So district office. There was a few jobs on here that we ended up in the deferred list. So what's remaining here is perimeter fencing on the backside here. The fencing's falling apart, so replace that. And then this is a gap project for sure. This is informational signage in a central location in town. So that might be the middle school, could be the high school, could be here, but somewhere where it gets a lot of traffic and we're able to push out information to the community as a whole. So you drive by, oh, there's an event, we should go to that, or football games happening this night, or just a central spot where we can get the information out to the town. So we put this job in here to explore that idea.
Any questions from the board on this slide? Seeing none.
Okay, so here's the wrap up here. So here's the whole budget. We got each location, so Forest Grove, Robert Down Middle School, High School, Adult School, David Avenue, and district offices. This is all the totals from those lists totaled up. We have a swing space budget. Again, swing space is utilize funds to create housing. So when we or facilities. So when we do a job, we need to have somewhere for the programs to live while we do the project. So we put a budget in for that. We have our catastrophic contingency. This is last to be used. Anything major happens, we have somewhere to draw from. We have our program contingency. This would be used if a bid comes in over what we thought it was going to be. We want to get it across that finish line. We'll make a decision to utilize some contingency funds. Program management, planning and support. This is cost of issuance of the bonds and legal support. Construction management, us, and then planning. And then we have a escalation contingency. So once we have our master plan, our master schedule all determined in a good spot, we'll roll out the escalation and booster up some of those projects later on the bond. So we're not looking at budgets we can't support down the road. And all that ends up at 78 million, which is our Measure B funding. There will be if we dip into any of these and have to use them to support a project, that will be an example of a BLR where we'll be here to move this up to here and keep track of all how we're spending the money and make sure we don't overspend it or anything silly like that.
Can you tell us what BLR?
Bond list revision.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah. I think that's it for that slide. And then some summary slides here. So priority 1 projects is about $30 million. Just kind of put that in perspective of what we're spending on safety, security, fire alarm, infrastructure. This is the campaign flyer as to what we're going to use the money for. So going through the list, we're going to address STEM on this bond. We're working on the electrical systems. We're taking care of fire alarms and lighting. Roofs and gutters are on the list. ADA is a big item on this list. Security, campus safety is on the list. HVAC is a major component to our proposed list. Mental health and counseling, we have our wellness centers and a de-escalation room. Restrooms are on the list. CTE, we have some CTE money set aside, and then classroom modernization is throughout the whole program. So I feel like we've done a good job with addressing what we said we were going to do with this proposal. And then with STEM, again, we didn't get the large STEM building at the high school, so I was thinking, how do we draw back the STEM? So the classrooms, I feel like are a good spot where we can utilize our designers to bring in STEM elements and support flexible classrooms and instruction of STEM with those projects. The middle school art building F, that's definitely a STEM building with science and art in a maker space. And then our CTE at the high school, just aligning those middle school to high school programs, which are important to the district. Supporting our infrastructure so we can get modern technology and modern equipment in there is STEM related. Outdoor learning, we're doing the outdoor classrooms at the elementary schools. I feel like that has a STEM element to it, and then the multi-purpose rooms and the auditoriums that we could do presentations, fairs, and community events in those locations. And then this is that slide I was referencing, which kind of gives a summary of all the various projects and how they check the different boxes: infrastructure, campus experience, learning environments that we could use to. I think we need to give it a little more work, but that's the idea. And with that, I will pass it back to Josh.
Okay, thank you for the very thorough presentation. We will go out to public comment on this item, either in the room or online. Please feel free to approach the podium, absolutely. If Mr. Connor, you don't mind sharing the podium.
Sure.
Okay.
Can I have all this?
You can have, yeah.
Okay, thank
Take
you.
up some space. Yes.
Right here it's set. I'm just thank you everybody for letting me address the board tonight on this issue I wasn't expecting to talk about, but I saw a number there and I'm cheap, so that's probably why I saw it and went, whoa, it's $300,000 for planters and the library plaza space. I'm concerned about that as a community member and a staff person that I was about to say lives. I practically live there, but who is on the campus because I was combing through the line item things that I could possibly see without glasses to look for anywhere that talked about what are we specifically doing to make safer spaces for our students who ambulate via wheelchair or walkers. And so when I saw that $300,000 price tag, I want to hear more about what are we doing to do that, to address the needs and include students with those needs, because right now it's really hard to get around our campuses. It's hard to get around our city if you're not ambulating on 2 feet. The other thing that concerned me is what happens during all this. Okay, here we go. Now I'm turning into a Pegrovian. What happens to all the flora and the fauna? What happens to our ecosystem? What happens to our animals? What happens to the egrets that come visit us? What happens to the birds? What happens to our beautiful seagulls? You know, what happens during construction? What happens to our trees on the campus? Every year our storms are like, you guys can't have any more trees and you guys can't, and it just makes me sad. Like there's not a lot of that, is the construction going to mean that a lot of the beloved nature is going to be gone? And so I was very worried about that as I was sitting in the chair. because I see it going away, and that's part of what makes our campus look beautiful. Even if it's an oak tree, it's still a mighty oak tree that's very pretty. And so those were my two concerns as a community member. Another concern that came up for me is our elevator has been broken for a little bit. And so I didn't see anything that directly addressed that it's not going to have the out of order sign for, years to come. So that's what I was thinking about. And I know you had it in your notes because I saw it. But thank you.
I'll make the notes.
Thank you for your comments on that item. Any additional public comment in the room or online? Director Algazi is showing none. I will now bring it back to the board for discussion. Trustee Wax, I'll start with you. If you have anything on this item to discuss or any questions at this time.
I'm 90% sure you've probably sent me this link before, but for the previous bond, is there a page that the public can see that basically shows how much a project was budgeted for and then how much it underwent or went over? And will that be available for this too?
So the answer is yes and yes for the prior bond Measure D and yes for Measure B. What we've done in the past, we use the reprioritization list that the board approves where we show a project. And then we publish that online under our facilities page and where we show the project budget, the project actual costs, and then there's a percentage. Was it over or under the percentage budgeted? So we did that for every project under Measure D, and we plan to do the same for Measure B. Also, that's a component of kind of how we track things with our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
To add to that, we'll be using bond tracking software called BMET, and Kennedy Group is our partner that rolls that out, and they work throughout the whole state on bond programs with that financial tracking, and it creates great reports. And so we'll be putting those reports in bond updates, our board updates to you all.
And then like, what is the certainty of the projects that you outlined happening? Like, I know there are only 2 projects, but at the district office, are those definitely happening? Or like, is that what we're voting on? Like what you presented are set in stone, or there's some still flexibility about these projects happening?
Well, so we're looking for an endorsement on the list tonight, and then we'll put together a master schedule showing how we're going to roll out those projects. And with that effort, you'll kind of see where projects are going to, how they're going to be constructed throughout the years, and then we can have discussions there if there's something that is concerned, like the district office sign, and then we can go from there on what makes sense for a bond list revision if we want to change priorities there.
Yes, in the subcommittee, this was my small pet peeve.
Yeah,
and it's still my pet peeve, but I appreciate the work of the subcommittees and the site committees to work on projects and everything besides the sign.
Mm-hmm.
Any other trustees wish to discuss? Oh, sure.
So I would like to reiterate the questions that were just asked via comment, because that is something that I hadn't thought about when I was looking through that, and wondering about how we will be preserving our natural spaces. I want to find out about how we're protecting the environment as we do construction, and also want to be mindful that we're not wiping out any areas. I know that we're taking down like the old nursing annex and that kind of thing to pave and make a parking lot. When that happens, how much clearing is going to happen? What's going to be happening at the high school when we're talking about natural spaces and not man-made natural spaces, like where somebody can go and wander through a path, natural spaces that exist. And I'm also wondering now about the $300,000 planters. That seems a little over the top.
Got it.
So as it relates to natural spaces, And I'm gonna just give an example because the board's seen that already, which was the Quick Start project at Forest Grove for the 2 levels, which brought ADA accessibility to the 3rd level. That project did get deferred into this list because when we did the estimating, the costs were higher than anticipated. But why I'm bringing that up is there were trees, for example, that were going to have to be removed to execute that project. Every one of those trees were dying, and they were affecting the berm and the retaining wall. But where I'm going with this is that we were also developing a landscaping plan associated with that project to put something back and to put things back that would live in that space better than the current. There was like an older oak, and then I think there were 3 pine trees. I'm just using this as one example. So that consideration is applied to every project that we have, especially outdoor projects. So the intent is not to develop any form of an outdoor concrete jungle. The intent is to design both soft and hard space in our design process. It's also a requirement that the state has for us as well. So when we're redesigning, let's for another example, talk about the high school. We'll call it an amphitheater, the area between culinary and the library. That space has to be re-envisioned with hard and soft scape as well, and tying it into main hall for accessibility. And was there, I'm sorry, I might have missed one more.
The planters, planters.
So the high school, this was a big discussion with our high school staff. Like, we don't want planters out front. It's classified as that, but the discussion evolved into, there's some meandering paths up there that need to be worked on. Making them fully ADA compliant is virtually impossible without putting in switchbacks, like from the lower parking lot all the way to that. But there are other pathways on the campus, multiple, that are ADA accessible. But the discussion segued kind of into planters. It's really curb appeal and beautification of Sunset. So maybe having some areas to sit, some new trees being planted, some school spirit items, bringing the gold and the red in with presentation boxes. That's the wrong term, shadow boxes. But that's kind of the evolution of that discussion. So that budget was established after multiple meetings with our high school staff, where they too said, we're not interested in planners out front, but here's what we are interested in. So that's going to flesh itself out through programming. Unfortunately, it was labeled as planters on the budget.
So when we're approving it tonight,
Yeah,
when it says
curb appeal.
planters, we're not approving
We are
$300,000
not.
planters.
No, it's curb appeal.
It's
It's
on
curb
the
appeal. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, related to the questions of Ms. Cordova and Trustee Otmar, the elevator is almost done, right? Aren't we waiting for a inspection?
Oh, see Director Anderson approaching the mic.
Yeah. I'll just talk a minute about all of our conveyances. So we've had every single elevator here worked on, serviced, tested, fully load tested and everything. And we've got current permits on 2 out of our 7 conveyances right now. The high school elevator, we accidentally were overbilled. I caught it to the tune of $18,000 and refused to let them continue work until they corrected it. We got that news this past week that they acknowledged their mistake. They're correcting our billing and they're going back to work as soon as we get our current invoice paid. So a little bit of a delay there, but we're going to have all our elevators up and running here probably next month. I'm knock on wood if we can get the state out here. It should be again noted that we've been trying to get the state out here for over 2 years. The state showed up during, I think it was our October break while we were closed, and decided to just slap a red tag on the door and walk away. That's very unfortunate because I've been begging them to please just call ahead of time and make sure we're open, make sure there's somebody here. And it's really not the state inspector's faults. There's literally 2 for like this entire region, which goes from San Luis Obispo to San Francisco. So our state there's just an elevator inspector is like a unicorn. You just can't find one today. And so it's really not those state inspectors' fault, and the state is horribly behind. LA County years ago, they developed and hired their own elevator inspectors, and they can't keep up with just their own LA County. So it's kind of a pandemic. I invite you to go to any elevator in the state of California and find a current one. You'll find 2 in our district, but the rest of the county, the rest of the state, probably not that lucky. Does that answer the question?
And then also, aren't you like nursing trees
Yeah, I've actually got a couple of oaks started in my backyard. We're in discussion with somebody right now. I got a couple emails going back and forth about Arbor Day planting. I think that the planters thing, we might want to call those planted zones. Like specifically the design that we started for Robert Down a little over a year ago that is getting adapted and putting into action. It actually increases planted zones. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make maintainable spaces rather than 60-foot trees that fall over and crush buildings. And we're trying to replace the Monterey pines, which are very susceptible to disease and falling, with oaks and better trees. So, and I invite you to take a trip around our campuses, take a look. Our grounds crew is married to the idea of improving the grounds. They're doing stuff on their own. They come to me and say, "Hey, John, I have this idea." And I said, "Go for it. Do it." So if you look out at the front of the high school recently and just recently over at Forest Grove, they're just making leaps and bounds of improvements. And there's 3 guys doing this every day. That's Vincent, Jaron, and Matt. So if you see them out there, give them a pat on the back, tell them thank you. They're really doing an outstanding job. And we've really caught up on tree trimming, because if we try to trim and nurse a tree and keep it in good health, they're less likely to be susceptible to disease and fall over. So lots of trimming. Also, that is a safety improvement for our district. We don't have limbs that will fall, and we have good line of sight. So kudos to those 3 guys that are just knocking it out of the park. Good? Okay, thank you.
Trustee Hayes.
Yep. Just 2 quick questions, on the budget numbers you put up there, initial glance, it looks like, for the summary budgets, I should say, initial glance, it looks like there's some pretty uneven distribution among the sites, but my understanding is that that's kind of a result of what's already been done, right? We're basically coming in. So I don't know if you could talk just very high level about that, just so make folks aware.
Yeah, so Measure D did a lot of work at the elementary schools, and a lot of those quick start projects that we approved earlier this year are focused at the elementary schools, and not as much at the high school and the middle school. So that is that's basically what's happening there. Josh, you want to add to the scope at all, or okay?
That's perfect. I mean, that's exactly just what I was looking at, because I just think it's good to have on the record a bit on this. And the other one, again, might be a little bit of a silly question, but given, some of the other things coming later on the agenda, like, just want to be very, very clear here. Is there any way we can use any of this bond money on salary or unrestricted funds?
Yeah, we've talked about that. Josh, you want to explain how we leverage some of that?
So all of our bond measures, Measure A, Measure D in the past, and Measure B, cannot be used to support teacher or administrative salaries. It's directly written into the bond language. It's very, very clear. Measure A, for example, there is some staff in our district that Measure A does help support, and those are our site techs, and that's directly related to the ed tech plan. As it relates to Measure D and Measure B, there's no staff that has an FTE assigned aside from some support staff that support the accounting associated with the bond measure. And that's something that goes back a very long time. And that's our accounts payable department. And then a very small portion of John's staff over in his office and his administrative specialist, a portion of her FTE. But again, very, very clear in the bond language what we can use it for and what we cannot.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Go ahead, Trustee Shields.
No, I just echo Mr. Anderson's compliments to the ground staff, because I do notice it and they are doing good work. And the trees, I remember when we first put in landscaping for the stadium back in the day, and we planted the little trees, and then they just died, and and so you do have to kind of be very aware and conscious of where you're planting, what's the soil like, and what kind of tree is going to actually survive. Because if I could count probably 20 trees they put in there and they just died.
Yeah.
They lasted maybe a couple of years, and then but nobody really took care of them either. So that happens. And the other thing with what Trustee Wax was saying, I feel like we as a board have not been asked our opinion on we spend time in the district office here in the boardroom, and I think it would have been good to be asked what we thought the needs are here. You're saying you're not crazy about that marquee sign. I don't know if that marquee sign is necessarily, I don't know why it's even attached really to the district office area. The fencing I get, but I just think that was a little bit of an oversight that we could have as a board given some input, like every other staff. But anyway.
Thank you for sharing that. I don't have anything to add to the discussion at this time. This is a document that's kind of a living document.
Right.
So it feels to me like with my limited knowledge of construction, it's the plan until the plan shifts into a different plan because we discovered something new. Hopefully we stay on course and we stay in budget, but there are some uncertainties that we just don't know right now. I appreciate how you've laid this all out and let us know about the input that you've had from staff at the various sites, because that just knowing what their priorities are on their sites is really important, and also seeing that those projects are prioritized. Regarding the marquee sign for the district office, I think we need a sign of some sort that advertises about our district, whether it goes by the high school football stadium and says, here's a great venue, come and play a sport, or whether it's somewhere else in the district. It really is an opportunity to showcase what's going on, what's going well, highlight things, make our community more aware of what's going on in the district. I mean, it even could help things like traffic. Oh, that makes sense why there's so many cars. There was an event at the high school that had been advertised on the marquee all week. So people can just be more aware and more cognizant. So, and I agree with you, it was an oversight, that the board wasn't, we didn't take our turn to give input at the beginning of the process. We just got on with the process and we kept moving. I'm comfortable moving forward with the proposed budget, knowing that we'll see any revisions or changes that come up as we move forward. This feels like a pretty clear and succinct document. So thank you for organizing it in this way for all of us. Board, is there anything further from anyone at the dais?
I add one comment just to that, because now two trustees have said, oh, we didn't get input, and appreciate you saying that. And I know that was spoken about at the committee as well. Trustee Shamasa, thank you. I know we've got the deferred list for the district office, and we, can absolutely, add to that from all of you, as we move forward. I hear you. Yeah, it's not on the priority list, but, we can, if there are other things that come in, I think we just need to know and hear, and we'll add that, to the list. And maybe that could be even, a future item that we could discuss as a board, as we're bringing these forward. But just know there are many opportunities where this list is going to come before you, and, you'll have ongoing input. So, yeah.
I just wanted one more thing. When we're talking about a marquee, just to be mindful that there are residents of the community that live right there. So if we're talking about something that's big and bright, that's something that we should be discussing with the neighbors before we're implementing anything, because that could affect their home value. And even here, there's neighbors everywhere. So just as long as that's being taken into account, our community counts too.
Thank you. All right, with that, if there's no further discussion, I will look to the board for a motion.
Yes, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the FMP project list as presented.
I'll second.
So just to clarify, we're approving the project budget. Is that right? Not just,
The project list and the budget.
Okay. Thank you
Slide
very much.
at the end there. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve the list and the budget. The item on the agenda says it's the budget, but I just want to make sure we're accurate for the record, because the list is different than the budget.
Yeah.
With space to change the list as needed.
That's true.
Absolutely.
With
I know.
DOR, the bond list revision.
DOR.
Yeah.
This sounds like a kind of.
It will be a living document, so it's something.
No, I'm saying you might want to modify your motion.
Sure, I can modify it to say project budget with the list to be changed, a friendly amendment.
And I will second that.
There is a motion on the floor and a second. All those, student trustee vote. Sorry, Paige. Thank you. And please feel free to stop me because sometimes I just get carried away with moving through the agenda, but it's important that we hear from you. Okay, we have a motion second, student trustee vote, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Connor, for your time and
Yeah,
your
thank you, everybody.
presentation and
Have a
your
good evening.
partnership with the district. I am going to take a call for a 5-minute recess, and then we will return and take up the next item on the agenda. We'll be back at about 8:35. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call our meeting back to order so we can continue with our business. Thank you, everyone. The next item on our action discussion agenda is the student computing device refresh plan for PGUSD Phase 2 at PGMS. And this item is Director Binder presenting this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Matthew Binder, Director of Ed Tech. I'm here with my partner, Director Algazi, and we're pleased to bring you tonight the second step of our multi-year student computing device refresh project. You'll recall last April, the board approved our first phase of this multi-year plan. And so we are now seeking approval for the same action at the middle school. And first of all, before I begin, we realize that the timing of this item tonight is not ideal or not optimal, given the discussions that are coming down the line a little later tonight. But that being said, I do need to highlight that, thank you, Director Algazi. I do need to point out again that the passage of Measure A in November of 2014 has made it possible, obviously, for the district to equip students, staff, teachers with the tools they need to do their work in modern classroom environment, modern learning environment. So they were asking of, obviously, the board to approve the purchase of new Chromebooks for our middle school to ensure that we can continue that positive trend. What it means is tonight will result in a direct replacement of existing Dell 3100 Chromebooks, which are going on 7 years in age. And as a result of that, we're looking at an end of life for support for them in about 2 years from now. So we're trying to get ahead of this a little bit. So what we're doing essentially is we're adjusting our timeline because of a couple of critical pieces pieces of information that have been presented to us recently. We're essentially moving the Chromebook installation for the middle school up about a year, essentially. That's the main timeline there. And you can see we have the middle school there to commence this spring pending approval. So we're submitting this request tonight because of some recent developments in the technology sector, but this doesn't do anything in terms of our phased deployment strategy. We're still doing incremental spending for Measure A. We think that this is going to afford us the flexibility for installation, and it extends the use of our current aging fleet for as long as possible. Next slide. As you may have heard, the most recent shockwaves across the world in terms of the technology sector has come from the purchase of memory from OpenAI, the world's largest AI model. And we've been now contacted by several of our technology vendors, informing us of substantial price hikes that are coming our way and shortages in inventory for all consumer electronics as a result of this. So that's what brings us here at this moment. Like I said, it's not an ideal time to do this, but we feel that we're going to be better off as a result of getting a little ahead of this. So it's a little bit of a proactive approach for fiscal management due to this development. And we know what we're doing because we did this a year ago at the high school, and the device that we selected for that has proven itself to be more than adequate and stable and secure and performing as well as we can hope. It's the HP G11 Fortis. They're the build specs. It's the same model. And with this move tonight, we are securing the same price and the inventory that we need to complete this next phase of our Chromebook refresh project. So I'll just, again, reiterate the idea that this is a fully funded investment using Measure A, Ed Tech Bond Reserve funds, with our prime objective to maintain a sustainable cycle of technology that maximizes our return on investment. We're still going to be using our existing fleet at the lower grade levels at the elementary, grades 2 through 5, all the way out through the fall of 28, when we hope to be able to refresh our elementary Chromebook fleet. So with that, we're happy to take any questions you might have about this. The proposal is in the budget, is in the board packet. Same vendor, same terms of purchase, and we get some insurance with this approval tonight.
Thank you for the presentation. I will first go to the public for any comment on this agenda item. Okay, seeing none in the room and none online, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion on this proposal. Trustee Wax.
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the work. Again, over the past year, diving in, I feel like more questions about Chromebooks have popped up in my mind. It feels like, to a large extent, we buy Chromebooks and iPads as the answer, but through my anecdotal experience, I don't know what question they're answering. My daughter uses Google Suite in her classes and for homework, but it doesn't feel like an enriching experience for learning. We're teaching her and our kids to be consumers of technology, like a specific suite. But I feel like we should be teaching them more to be builders, creators, innovators, doers, something that we're discussing reducing through a position later on. This isn't against technology or screens. It's just to be sure that we know what we're doing and not just defaulting to Chromebooks and Google because it's relatively cheap. Actually, we don't even have to know what we're doing. Failing is fine. Failing is important for learning. But I do want us to be thoughtful about it. And that's sort of non-negotiable for me. To some evidence, I sent this in late to the group, but I'm sorry. A UNESCO Global Education Report said good and partial evidence on the impact of education technology is in short supply. They also found a negative correlation between excessive technology, which I don't know what's that defined as, and student performance. An MIT professor said the essentials of teaching remain a good classroom with good teachers, and technology for every student in every classroom doesn't prepare students for 21st century life. So teachers are key. And how they are taught and instructed to use the technology is key. At the same time, and in the face of tight budgets, I want us to be really, really committed and honest about what's best for educational outcomes. There's also a recent Harvard study from late last year showing AI tutoring can outperform traditional active learning, but only when the AI tutor was carefully engineered. Student AI interactions must be carefully designed to follow research-based practices. So my questions are, can we do technology better? What's the teacher training plan to use these devices? Should we invest in AI customization to help kids learn more? Can we have more project-based learning? Like if the kids are using these Chromebooks mostly for word processing and creating slides, would it be more beneficial to have them make their own Raspberry Pi devices and, teach them that way? Would it be more valuable to have tech projects centered around the community, like apportioning some of the budget to building a mesh network around the city? The kids would participate in designing and building. There's a push that we talked about the last item about us to spend $250,000 on a sign. You could tell I'm really focused on this. So the community knows what's happening at schools, which is important. But there are also outdoor digital displays on Amazon for $1,800. What if we worked with the city to put a few displays downtown and other key locations or at a shopping center and rotate messages about the city, school, and local businesses? That'd be a real holistic learning opportunity that would involve science, design, civics, and more. Maybe it would also be a possible revenue opportunity. Can we buy refurbished computers as opposed to new? Can we get broken devices and teach kids to repair them? What negative impact do old Chromebooks really have? These all might be terrible questions and ideas, but I am thirsty for innovative things that give all our kids the most impactful experiences to learn from and use in the future. As I've continued to think about it and see more of how we use technology in our district, buying a batch of new Chromebooks and iPads does not quench that thirst. So I just have some questions about it.
Yeah, quite a few questions. Thank you. They are all very relevant questions. A lot of the answers to those questions is yes, because they were yes/no questions. But I do want to point out that the tool, which is what technology is only as valuable as the hands that it is put in, right? Or the hands that are using it. It's the same with whether it's a Chromebook or an iPad. President McNary cited an example of a social studies classroom that she visited recently, where the students were making videos and maybe podcasts, rapping to music that was likely done on a Chromebook at the school. So if it's used in a creative capacity where the learning is active and it's not passive consumption of media, then the Chromebook has vast potential. A lot of these studies that you may have recently reviewed really are broad meta-analysis. They don't look at the actual granular practices in high effective learning outcome classes. And so your other question was, what are we doing to prepare teachers? Well, we're currently working on a multi-year update to our ed tech plan, which addresses some of the training needs around the use of technology in the classrooms in the hands of teachers. AI is a component of that, but it's not the only thing that we're focusing on. So it's practice over the actual device itself that will lead to successful outcomes. And that's true with anything in the classroom. Technology is, like I said, just another tool in the toolkit.
Trustee Hazen?
Just to make a comment on that, I think that there is a really important role for our board policy to focus on with, the use and the appropriate use of digital technology, which I know is something in our, ongoing future agenda items and coming sooner. The other thing I'll just say is the thing I worry about, and I've it's best, but there's nothing worse than trying to turn in an assignment and having that like spinning circle when it doesn't work because the computer is not able to get it through. So I think the idea of an upgrading computer is, if a computer is a tool we're going to use, a Chromebook is a tool we're going to use, having them be used in a way that aids rather than, letting them get obsolete is really important to me. But I hear your point on the broader issue is something I think we need to still talk about, which is how do we make sure, exactly like the ed tech plan, that we are using them in the best possible way and not as a crutch to proper education. I'm not suggesting we are, but I think that's the goal of the ed tech.
And I just want to point out, this is a direct replacement of the inventory. We're not adding more devices in the classrooms. In fact, we're consolidating some of those mobile charge carts that have Chromebooks in them right now, so that there's actually a more leaner presence of these devices on campus. And that's going to be paired with some direction in terms of PD for our teachers on how to use them with intention.
But they're are going to be 600 Chromebooks, but or I guess why it would be more beneficial, you all have outlined, to do the batch purchase rather than replacing one off as they kind of break one for one.
Yeah, well, you hit on something important in this proposal, which is we want to maintain our one-to-one in the core classrooms and the core subject area classrooms. We did an inventory count and looked at our current highest number of students per classroom per department at the middle school, and it turned out that if you added up, summed up the entirety of that analysis, it was 577. At any given time, you could support a one-to-one program. So we're coming in very close to that with some spares associated with this purchase as well, which, by the way, we did a cost analysis on whether or not an extended warranty would be more beneficial. And it turns out it's not, because we have one-to-one on campus and we've been very measured and conservative in the way we manage these devices, that we get a lot of life out of them. So from a budgetary standpoint, this makes the most sense as well from us.
So like what Trustee Hazen was saying about the spinning wheel, is that true for all the Chromebooks right now, basically?
No, but there is a noticeable difference in performance from a Dell 3100 than an HP Fortis 14. If you took two students or even the same student and had them use one and then gave them the other, they would tell you right away that there's a night and day difference in the performance of those, how quickly they connect, how quickly they page load. And so time is valuable. So it makes sense. Not only that, but when we look at the end of life support and security updates that Google is pushing out for these devices, we need to make sure that those devices are protected. Yes, it's Google. We get it. Big tech is a big concern right now for everybody. And our partner with Google has been obviously since the start of one-to-one. But I'm sure if you went to Apple districts or PC Windows districts, they would be telling you the same information about their concerns with those two tech giants as well. So.
And I know I had a bunch of unfortunate questions, but one more that maybe you could help out
Sure.
with is, while these are under warranty, what percentage of devices do we make use of the warranty that gets something replaced? Or
Well, that's the whole rationale behind not buying an extended no fault warranty on these, because that usually adds about $30 per unit, which if we do the math, we actually spend much less than that on an annual basis to just simply replace it. We're doing some assistance in our tech labs, our flex labs, with some students replacing screens, but that's just for hands-on experiences with using the technology that way. You mentioned Raspberry Pi. We have that actual project unfolding in some of our digital teachers learning program. So, you touched on a lot there, and I know I'm kind of moving from one to another, but it's quite a lot to kind of wrap my head around.
Yeah.
Could I just add, I think, Director Binder, so many of the questions you had, Trustee Wax, I believe are really being considered, when we're thinking about the thoughtful use of technology. I mean, that's been such a big component of the revision of the EdTech plan.
Right.
The input you're gathering from parents, from students, from staff, that's really going to be a big part of that, and part of the training with our teachers on really thinking about, not just because of technology available, it's easier, I'm just going to go ahead and, instruct you using it. It's really about, does this benefit, does it improve, the way this lesson's being taught? So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Raising the awareness of how to use it with learning as the prime motivator, learning as the prime objective for the use of the technology. Replacing entire tasks that were normally just second nature to have a student use a Chromebook on with actual off-screen alternatives is definitely something that we're articulating in the plan. We're excited to bring it to the public and to present it once it's in its final draft form, and hopefully get your support on.
And sorry, one last question. How much of a timeline was this pushed up by?
1 year. We've already heard of price increases of 20% on consumer electronics as a result of what OpenAI did. That would have amounted to almost $50,000 more for these same number of Chromebooks if we didn't secure this at this stage. So a lot of thought went into this, and it's something I think we're doing as a matter of being completely out in front of what's going to, I think, impact a lot of school districts in the year ahead.
And I do see Mr. Principal Roach at the podium as well.
Good evening, Sean Roach, proud principal at Pacific Grove Middle School. And I agree with some of the issues that Trustee Wax brought up. I don't think we're even close to AI. We're barely dipping our toes in the water on that right now. So I wouldn't touch that without several years of study before we get into that. But we actually had the privilege of hosting Director Binder for our collaboration over at Pacific Grove Middle School today, in which we discussed the use of technology and how much we're using technology. And we displayed studies on the apex of ed tech and how we are declining based on the use of ed tech. So we had a very open and honest conversation about how we're using technology. Are we supplementing or are we supplanting learning? Are we using it in the proper way? Are there things that we are using the screen for that we could transition to another means of learning? And would that benefit our kids? And so this conversation came from teachers. And I was, mildly intelligent enough to put that as something that we should talk about as a staff. And I love it. We'll go on to our next learning, which is going to be SAMR, which discusses what kind of learning technology is providing our kids. I think it's a very important thing to discuss right now, because if you were to look at the data and the graphs, it plateaued multiple years ago. And this is outside of COVID. This is an over-reliance on technology, and it's something that we need to look at. Now, that being said, we need computers. We're the only school in the district to test the entirety of our student body. So that's 450 kids. And it does serve a great purpose. But I think we owe it to the kids to continually think about how we're using it and try and find the best way for our students to learn with that tool.
Thank you, Principal Roach. I'll bring it back to the board for any further comments or discussion on this item. Trustee Otmar.
Just a quick question about Measure A and the EdTech bond. And just wondering, once this purchase is complete, what the remainder of that fund looks like. You might not know that off the top of your head, but.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't, but I can tell you that we looked at it recently, and there's if we continue with around the $2.1 million series release, which is around every 2 to 3 years. Sorry, I'm doing that, everyone, all the kids online. I won't say it.
Thank you.
So ultimately, we feel like there's around 8 to 10 years left, depending on how we do our series release, kind of back to the other discussion. So around 8 to 10 years at about a $2.1 million release per every 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I'll also mention, this is actually related to that question, is that we did a long-term budget development where this plan actually was kind of locked in, taking advantage of carryover reserve funds from previous issuances of Measure A. So what we're really using are funds that have come from Series A, B, and C that have now compiled and now are available for this.
I'll look for a motion from the board if discussion is concluded.
I just want to congratulate Director Binder and Algazi for bringing this forward. I mean, this is what we want. You're proactive, you're saving us money. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well said.
For that and make a motion to approve the student computing device refresh plan for PGUSD phase 2.
Okay, Okay, motion made by trustee Hazen and seconded by trustee Otmar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Okay, noting for the record, that passes 4 with 1 dissenting voice, trustee Wax. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion. Thank you for your work. Item D on our board agenda is the proposed board meeting calendar, and this is something that we look at every meeting. We do not need action on it if there are no changes. And I will look to you, Dr. Adamson, for any updates on this item.
Reminder, sorry, my mic. We added the special meeting for March for governance and training. That's going to be the ethics training that we'll be doing. And other than that, at a former meeting, we also, turned the next February 26th meeting to a regular meeting, but no changes at this time. Everything was approved already.
Thank you to the board for making the time for our governance and ethics training. Since there is no action, I'll go out to public comment on this item. Seeing none. Board, any discussion?
Just appreciate the shading.
Oh,
shading. As in the past.
Yeah.
Places you mean. Got it. Okay.
Was that Lucera? Oh my God. Pass it on. Thank you.
Okay, I will.
the meetings that have already taken place are faded and the ones that have a white background. You can find where we're at in the calendar. Oh,
Thank you for that feedback.
yeah. Okay, no action needed on this item. So we will wrap that up and move on to the information discussion portion of our agenda. Item A is the 2026-27 budget development calendar. Assistant Superintendent Jordan.
Thank you, President McNary. And if you're following along online, this is page 154 in your packet. And on the screen, Director Algazi is just going to give us a kind of a visual timeline here. Every year I bring this forward because we're in the throes right now of budget development. It began January 9th when the governor released the budget proposal for the 26-27 fiscal year. You can see our board meetings are highlighted or bolded on the packet, not on the slide that you can see. But January 15th, we reviewed district enrollment and projections. We had the annual fiscal audit for 24-25 approved at that meeting. We did our January 22nd budget study session for fiscal year 26-27. February 5th, that's the meeting we're at tonight, where I will talk about property tax revenue to date, the approval of the annual bond audit, and the information item later in the agenda related to reductions for 26-27. March 5th, the assistant superintendent, myself, will update the governor's budget proposal. And then we will look for a May. There's a May revision that occurs. You'll see that down the line there as the governor proposes his new budget revisions by May 14th. Concurrently right now, budget process is taking place, not just what we're discussing tonight, but actually developing all of our budget documents that go out to our sites, that go out to our programs that are reviewed internally. We're also in the middle of second interim reporting. Actually, that was through January 31st, and I'll be bringing that item to the board in March. But you'll see it culminates in the end here with a couple of items. May 21st, that's our public hearing on the budget and the LCAP. And then June 4th, the board approves the district budget and the LCAP, which has to be approved prior to July 1st under statute. That is my report tonight, unless there's any questions.
Thank you for the report. We'll go to public comment first on this item. Okay. Seeing none. Board, is there any discussion on this item? This is kind of an annual routine item that we get with the dates projected, which is valuable for us to keep as we're moving through the budget cycle. Anything else from board members on this one? It is an information item, so no action needs to be taken. So thank you for that, Assistant Superintendent Jordan. You will be taking the lead on the next item on the agenda as well. And item B is property tax update for fiscal year 2025, 2026 actuals.
Thank you, President McNary, and Director Algazi has a slide up on the screen for the visual. Property tax trends in our district have been they've been ebbing and flowing since the 90s, so to speak. We've had some ups and downs in property tax year over revenue. So when I say that, you've heard me say many times, and I'll say later in the presentation, that the district does anticipate a 5% increase in property tax revenue year over. So we anticipate 5% more than last year. And those projections come to us from the county tax assessor's office, and there is aggregate data and detail associated with assessed valuation of properties that feed into the property tax revenue that the district receives. Tonight, I'm going to report that at 24-25 unaudited actuals, the district did come in at 5.15% over the prior year. That's 5.15% over 23-24, with a targeted projection of 5%. Which did include our delinquent and prior year tax receipts. So to make note on that, we don't really know. It's hard to project what our delinquent and prior year tax receipts will look like. It's very easy to project our other tax receipts that are not delinquent or prior year or require assessment. So sometimes what we see at the end of the year at actuals is a very small uptick in revenue that was unanticipated, and that's due to those property tax receipts that were delinquent or from prior years. 25-26 actuals, you'll see here, we have property tax revenue of $38,506,000. This was projected at June 5th, 2025. Our tax receipts currently, so again, I'll mention that's 5% higher in 24-25. What I did is we took a look at, and it's included in the board packet, the current receipt lag there. I'll kind of talk about that for a second. We look at all of our property tax receipts from July through December 31st when presenting this to the board tonight. And what we'd like to see is, are those property tax receipts 5% higher than the year prior at those months? Historically, they have been. This year, they are not. What does that mean? And they came in around 3.8% year over. So there may be a lag. There could potentially be a lag. The district receives predominantly its tax receipts in December and then a big chunk in April. There is small property tax receipts that funnel in throughout the year. So there may be a lag. There could be a lag on the December receipts. This could be a result in delay in property tax receipts for homeowners that are trying to delay their payment or paying their entire payment in April. Those of you that have a property tax receipt know that you can pay it once or pay it over two different periods of time. So this may be a lag, but it's something to note. It's actually the first time I've brought this forward at this time of year where we've seen a lag of 1.2%. Last year, we were around 4.9%. So it's not too alarming for me, simply because we're looking at our tax receipts in January, February, March, and then again in April. And I'll bring this all back to the board as we progress through that process. But you can see here at the bottom, we're at 1.9 million over last year's actuals increase right now, which is 3.8% lower than we should be at this point in time. So with that, I will pause for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll go to public comment first on this item. Okay. Seeing no one. Bring it back to the board for discussion. Clerk Shamas?
Well, just that, in April, then we will have we will get a new number in, and we don't know exactly what that'll be, but it will be higher. Okay.
Just
Go ahead.
quick comment, very minor random one, but do we get any penalties that are assessed on a late payment? Do those come directly to the district?
Yes, we get a fraction of that.
Not a huge, not the whole.
So even the property tax receipts themselves are like a fraction of a percentage that the homeowner pays to the county, right? The way that it's divvied up. So, but yes, penalties, prior delinquent tax receipts that have a penalty incurred, we do see that.
That's great to know. Sorry for that side question, but maybe we should encourage everyone to pay their taxes later. Ha ha ha, just kidding, just kidding. Please pay them in December, both payments.
Just a good reminder for all of us of how we're funded, and we are funded through property tax base, and we're not funded by attendance numbers. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Jorn, for sharing that, and again, we'll see an increase as the year progresses, and hopefully a large one. No direction on that item from the board, and so we will move on to item C, which is the recommendation of reductions in fiscal year 2026, 2027. And this again is Assistant Superintendent Jorn's item.
The volume here. While Lewis is getting the slides up. Actually, do you have the clicker, Lewis, or? Okay. All right. Thank you all for being here this evening, in person and online. So tonight, Dr. Adamson and I will be presenting the 26-27 proposed reductions recommended by the Budget Advisory Subcommittee. This is an informational item for the board, and it outlines the key recommendations that the subcommittee has put forward. Staff will be asking for direction from the board related to options presented this evening. Our goal this evening is to provide a detailed overview of the process by which the recommendations were developed, the committee review process, the proposed reductions, and the rationale behind them. We'll cover the main areas where savings are to be targeted, as well as potential impact on our operations and services. This is an important step in budget planning process as we work to align our spending with available resources while minimizing disruption to core instruction. These recommendations were not developed lightly, nor were they reached quickly. They reflect careful analysis, open dialogue, and deliberate consideration of both our fiscal realities and the real people, the students, staff, and families who are affected by these decisions, and we support. We bring this forward tonight with respect for the complexity of the decisions before you, the board, with the appreciation of your leadership as we work together through this difficult but necessary work. All right, I'm going to cover the collaborative budget planning process that occurred as it related to the Budget Advisory Subcommittee. The subcommittee developed goals for this process, which included aligning resources with strategic priorities and ensuring long-term fiscal responsibility and sustainability. The Budget Advisory Subcommittee is comprised both of Pacific Grove Teachers Association, California School Employees Association, two of our trustees sitting here at the dais, the superintendent, the fiscal officer, the chief human resources officer, and myself. Throughout the process, the Budget Advisory Subcommittee and staff were intentional about weighing impacts, exploring alternatives, and ensuring that any proposed reductions are aligned with our values and our responsibility to maintain long-term fiscal stability. While certainly this process has not been easy, the work of the committee represents a thoughtful and measured effort to address our challenges in a way that is transparent and focuses on protecting our core instructional programs. The Budget Committee established areas of focus. As a group, the committee identified 4 critical areas that were essential for achieving long-term stability and effective resource allocation. You can see those on the slide. Area 1's focus was focusing on restricted program encroachment. Restricted programs are developed through grants and other one-time resources, and they should be maintained as revenue neutral, meaning the expenses equal the revenue. So I like to talk about that bubble. Everything stays within. The expenditures come in, the revenue comes in and measures that, and it does not encroach upon the general fund. Second, the committee took a look at position control and enrollment. Excuse me. It is crucial that our staffing levels are optimally aligned with current and projected student enrollment. The committee's focus here was to ensure that the district maintained the required positions to serve our student population, and the ratios are in line with our collective bargaining agreement goals and maximums. And as a highlight there, every year when the district does do the enrollment projections, we look at class size averages, we look at the teacher to student ratio, and we develop enrollment projections that align with a goal or less. There is oftentimes that the class sizes do push between goal and max. And oftentimes that has to do with enrollment. Our OLR online registration process starts in May 15th. And oftentimes we don't have complete data until the middle of the summer, which can change what the classroom structure might look like in the fall. Area 3's focus was dedicated to funding source transitions. The committee evaluated positions that had previously been moved or are projected to move, which is going to occur in the next year and in the out year, from temporary grant funded positions to the unrestricted general fund, Fund 01. When one-time funding ends and these costs have been absorbed by the unrestricted general fund, it puts additional pressure on our ongoing budget without supportive revenue, which can significantly deepen the shortfall and push the deficit to a critical level, something that this district has been experiencing now for quite a few years. Final area of focus was related to program-specific contributions, and this is specifically tied to the other funds in our that we manage. So you'll hear us talk quite a bit about Fund 08 all the way through Fund 40. But in particular, the committee looked at 3 funds: Fund 11, Adult Education; Fund 12, Early Childhood Education; and Fund 14, which is Deferred Maintenance, and how the revenue associated with these programs was not enough to sustain programs, so the general fund had to have a contribution. So PGUSD has been in a deficit pattern of spending since 2020-21. And some in prior years. I actually looked back and there was about 5 deficit spending years in the 2011 through 2016 year as well. Some of the deficit spending ceased to end as it related to influx of CARES Act and ESSER dollars, COVID-related funds, one-time funds, which helped the district over the course of those few years build add to their reserve a small level. The state does require that the district maintain a 3% reserve for economic uncertainty. But as you can see here, looking at the slide at the bottom down here, reserve levels, our projections for 26-27 show the district falling to a 5.6% reserve. And in 27-28 falling to a 4.6% reserve. The metrics on the side there show our beginning balance, the revenue received, expenditures, and the deficit is broken down by unrestricted and restricted. And then, of course, our ending fund balance. And to note on the ending fund balance, how crucial it is for the district to have a healthy ending fund balance. The district's monthly liabilities associated with payroll and accounts payable are inward or around $3.7 to $4.2 million per month. So, I mean, ultimately, a district would like to have 3 months in their ending fund balance of a reserve. That's not the case in most districts, and it's certainly not the case here with what we're presenting tonight. These deficits are declining levels that are unsustainable, and they have required immediate attention and immediate action. The continued trend of deficit spending for PGUSD puts us at risk for AB 1200 receivership if reserve levels drop below 3%. I want to briefly provide context on AB 1200 fiscal oversight framework and how it applies when districts experience financial stress. AB 1200 is designed to ensure districts can meet their financial obligations. Just as importantly, to identify concerns early so corrective actions can be taken. Districts currently submit quarterly reports, financial reports to our county office and the California Department of Education to certify that we remain solvent. We do remain solvent and have. However, the reports that are submitted to the county, both budget development, budget approval, budget revision, first interim and second interim, all have a little bit of a caveat statement to them, which we receive from the County Office of Education, which is that the deficit spending for this district is not sustainable and it needs to be addressed. There cannot be any preventative measures put in place by a county office or through the state of California unless the district hits a 3% reserve. So it's up to us to make these decisions and correct the course. Oops. Sorry. So the budget subcommittee took a look at, oops, sorry, that was I just talked about that slide. I should have had Lewis advancing my slides, apologize. Another area the budget subcommittee looked at was position control alignment. Those 3 areas are the critical components are enrollment-based alignment. So we want to match staffing levels to current projected enrollment. We really need to make that best effort moving forward in the spring so that if there are changes in enrollment, our budget can be revised in the fall, which is when we bring a budget revision 1 forward. Funding source transition, again, addressing positions that shifted out of temporary one-time assignments and are going to encroach upon the general fund. And then, of course, the contractual compliance with our collective bargaining agreement, class size ratios. Oops. Another area that the district looked at, or sorry, that the subcommittee looked at was reviewing of our beginning teacher induction program. It's simply another restricted program that encroaches upon the general fund. And what were some creative actions that could be taken to mitigate the $22,484 that the general fund is currently contributing? In this scenario, there is a funding resource that has become available to the district to support professional development in curriculum and instruction. It's Block Grant 6019. So, for example, these expenditures can be mitigated by an additional resource that's coming to the district. It does have to be folded into our LCAP and approved, and will be built into the 26-27 budget to mitigate these expenditures. Some other areas of restricted program encroachment you'll see here: our GATE program, AVID program, outdoor science camp, district athletics, and dual enrollment. Each one of these programs at one point in time were a restricted program. They were. The AVID program, for example, in 1999 was funded solely through grants, but you can see right now, to the tune of around $190,000, the general fund is now funding the AVID program. This is something that was considered by the Budget Advisory Committee as very important and crucial for student success. There were no recommendations to make reductions to the AVID program. There were some recommendations on this slide that were made by the Budget Advisory Committee, such as outdoor science camp, the UGF contribution there, and moving that to site donation accounts and other resources aside from the unrestricted general fund. District athletics right now is currently this year we have a budget of $141,070 projected to support our district athletics. Excuse me. At one point in time over the course of the last 4 years, we had a discretionary block grant that actually helped support this program. The district or the discretionary block grant is no longer available to the district. It expires this year. And I will note that the $120,000 that was being used was not supplanting the $141,000. Those years we were spending around $261,000 on district athletics. So this is everything from transportation, league dues, referee fees, equipment, and such. Ways to mitigate this we'll talk about a little bit later, but it relates to potential gate fees and league cards and so forth to get, we only charge essentially for our fall sports right now. And then I think 1 or 2 of our winter sports, and none of the spring sports have any gate fees at all. So some ideas that came out of the committee were, how do we raise revenue, right? It's not just about offsetting the costs, but how do we raise revenue to support those costs? And then dual enrollment. We have a pretty amazing dual enrollment program here at the high school, and it is funded strictly through a instructional services agreement with Monterey Peninsula College, where they fund each one of those classes based on number of students and the type of curriculum that's being offered. And when this was all set up, there are stipends for the teachers that are going to teach these dual enrollment classes, because oftentimes the teacher has to go out and get an additional degree, a master's degree, to teach these programs. So there was a stipend built in. And what we found along the way was that some of these programs, when they start up, need a bunch of startup money that's not available through the instructional services agreement. Therefore, the general fund was picking up those costs. So the stipends were paid, and then all the other costs of materials and supplies for that program were burdened on the general fund. That is not the case moving forward. We have made adjustments to that, and that was a recommendation that came out of the Budget Advisory Subcommittee. We are working with our PGTA partners here to revise our contract language, to revise the amount of the stipend so that it all kind of fits together. Materials and supplies and the stipend all come from the revenue source. Again, back to that bubble. All of the expenses reside within the bubble of revenue we receive. Some other key principles that the budget subcommittee worked on, and again, in collaboration with administration, CSE, and PGTA, were to follow some key principles before we brought revisions to this body, before we brought revisions to the budget subcommittee. So number 1 was eliminate encroachment on restricted resources on the UGF to the extent that we can. maintain contractual compliance, and prioritize sustaining core curricular programs that drive student achievement. Lastly, and most importantly, in times right now that we're dealing with a budget deficit, we must adopt a balanced budget approach that may require reducing programs when supporting revenues in decline. And again, I'll speak back to the expiring one-time revenues that this district had that we no longer have in place. Pull my notes up for this. I'm sorry. So this is a slide that actually covers the one-time funded change of funding source transitions that have impacted the general fund. So these are positions that have impacted the general fund in 2025-26. And if you look at the bottom, it's to the tune of $725,740. And of course, there's an escalator associated with this because there is step and column for these positions. There's negotiated settlement for these positions. But just a few to note, we had an additional elementary intervention teacher that was funded through our Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant that expired 2 years ago. We had 2 mental health therapists that was funded through the CARES Act program that expired 2 years ago. We had an increase of our elementary school counselors from a 0.5 to 1.0 at each school site. That was an expanded learning opportunities program that funded that position. One of the things that was done in this district when many of the TOSAs, that's teacher on special assignment, were brought in, was to fund additional instructional aides, not more of them, but add to their FTE in lieu of a TOSA at the elementary schools. So 1.8 FTE increase for 8 positions, that's 0.2 for each, was retained, and that funding expired in 2023. And then funding that is set to expire this year is our UPK grant, and it's a 0.34% IA for our UPK and TK programs. And again, it's set to expire, but the plan is to maintain that because we have to due to contractual ratios. One thing again, I will outline again at the bottom here is that all of that impacts this year's budget to the tune of $725,740. And it really does highlight an example of a broader trend where positions that were initially funded by one-time funds, the district retained because they felt the value of the program. As you can see here, every one of those has essential next to it for a reason, and that's why the district maintained them. A lot of this had to do with our multiple tier systems of support for our students. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Adamson.
Thank you, Assistant Soup John. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and talk a little bit about, now that we've got a little bit of that background information, some of the proposed reductions that we're bringing forward for the board's consideration this evening. You'll see that there's option A, there is a second option B that was identified during our study session, and we'll, be talking about both of those, but this is really specific to what option A entails. There are 6 personnel reductions, and we're going to go ahead and advance to the next slide because I'm going to go ahead and just, really work with each one individually. But I think the first part that I really want to point out before we start looking at that specifically is the fiscal reality part of this is when we're looking at our overall budget, that 85% of unrestricted of all general fund combined expenditures, that means salary, go towards salaries and benefits. And I think for that reason, what that means is that's a big chunk, right, specifically to salaries. And so for us to really look at what's going to make a sustained and significant impact on this deficit, we have to be looking at personnel. And that's where, the hard decisions come in and the need for us, that's the why, right? Why we're looking at positions specifically. We definitely made some reductions last year, and there were, ideas that were brought forward to try to reduce that as much as possible. That helped, but it has not made the significant impact for us to see that reduction to the deficit. And that is why we are back here this year, really having to, look at additional reductions. The next slide I really just want to point out before we go into more detail with things is that this is really something that we are seeing statewide. We're definitely not alone in this. Districts across the state. That's just an example of, some recent districts that have been in the news. I was at a Monterey County of Education board meeting about 3 weeks ago where staff was presenting on several of our districts, neighboring districts in our county, facing anywhere from $3 to $14 million deficits. So, this, again, we're not alone. This is something that is impacting districts across the state, and largely because of, we're all dealing with one-time funding that came out, was flush with money, coming at us after COVID, that was largely spent on people. And now we're having to make some hard decisions. That money's gone away. Those positions, are we keeping those? If we're keeping those, something else has to give, right? So that's essentially, what starts that conversation. And then the last piece, before I, go into the positions themselves is, as we've looked at these positions, this really goes into, it's been a 2-year, process. We started this last year. We, we got a lot of input from our entire community, from our staff, from the board. We, did a community forum. We spoke with our staff. And so, really the work we were doing here was really building off what had begun last year. This year, with the help and with the creation of the subcommittee, we were really able to kind of dive further into things before we presented this. And we're cognizant of the fact, right? These are positions, it impacts people, but at the same time, we really wanted to, approach it from a human-centered position because we know, right, it affects people. Our, central goal for all of this is really being able to protect and prioritize, right, basic and necessary core instruction, really thinking about what's educationally valuable and what's financially sustainable in moving forward. So with that, the first position that we are looking at that is being proposed to be reduced for next school year is that of our digital learning teacher. That is equivalent to a 1.0. It's a full-time FTE, that's a full-time employee with an approximate savings of $152,174. The digital learning teacher position has definitely over the years that, was brought into being almost over 9 years ago. During that time, it has provided high quality certificated instruction and curricular support in STEM and technology integration across all of our grades, particularly at the elementary level. Elimination of this role, we are cognizant of the fact that, yes, it's going to reduce access to a certificated technology instructor. And definitely that means that time in the lab with our integrated technology technicians it'll shift more to use of more of a skills-based approach to technology instruction, such as keyboarding and navigation, things of that nature. However, technology labs, our flex labs will remain in place. Students will continue to have access to those, as will teachers. Our IT techs remain in place who will continue to provide that, basic instruction alongside our certificated teachers. And so again, that will remain in place. So I think the takeaway here is that technology, we acknowledge that it is important. Over the 9 years, we're seeing more of our classroom teachers and core teachers embedding that technology into, we've heard several examples of that this evening. And so that really will be, more of our goal in moving forward. But that is definitely one of our proposals is the digital learning position. So that's the first one. Something I do just want to point out there as well is that, about 80% of that position goes towards supporting the school sites and about 20% goes towards supporting the district office, specifically our technology department. And so again, that would be, an impact on obviously the instruction at the school site, but also the support that's provided at the district office. The second position being proposed is that of our elementary Spanish teacher and program that would result in a 1.0 FTE reduction, which is approximately $146,398. Over the past 4 years, the district was able to expand elementary Spanish, and we were able to have our students benefit from being able to offer this incredibly rich program. So that's been an absolute benefit, and there's no argument there. It was initially intended for our 4th and 5th grade students, as you all know. This year, just based on the sheer amount of time students were being pulled out for Spanish, it was happening twice a week for 4th and 5th grade students. And, what we were hearing from our sites, from our admin, from teachers, was they were finding it very hard to be able to, find instructional time, the core time for core instruction, right? You're looking, you want at least 60 or 90 minutes of time to deliver language arts, writing, math. They were having definitely a hard time in doing so. And so what we did was expand Spanish this year to 2nd through 5th grade. So I think, in looking at that and understanding, especially with our new ELA curriculum adoption this year, that requires anywhere from 90 to, almost 2 hours, 90 minutes to 2 hours of instruction, that will really help us to, return to allowing for more time for that core instruction. Let's see, I think, when this program was proposed, it was definitely at a time where there was additional and plenty of funding allowing for that. As we're seeing now, because of one-time funding, not that was paid through one-time funding, I want to be very clear with that, but as, other positions have been added, that's definitely one that, we have to consider for elimination. It's not a required program. It's something we've been able to offer. And for that reason, it is one that we are putting on the list as a proposed reduction. All right, the third is an elementary staffing adjustment is how we're approaching this. It really will equate to a 1.0 FTE reduction of $146,398. And this reduction is really, based on student to staff enrollment. We are looking at just a reduction at a particular grade at one of our elementary schools, and there's just not going to be a need for a third teacher at that grade level. And so as we do every year with our elementaries, there will be a dissolving of one of those classes, which will result in the reduction of that position. All right, the next one we are proposing is, this is a reduction of, it's equivalent to 1.625 FTEs with our para-educators at the adult transition program. We are looking next year, several of our students in the ATP program will be actually graduating out of the program at the end of this year. We're looking at a really small number. I think it's about 3 students for next year. And so, there's really not a need. We have 5 para-educators currently. We're proposing to reduce that to 3. And then, we would look at really placing those additional 2 para-educators where needs are across the district at other sites. Again, this is purely a staff to enrollment, based decision. All right, the next position is specific to community high school, and what we are proposing is a reduction of a 1.0 FTE at approximately $121,378. The community high school program currently supports, essentially it's a 2.4 FTE position. So it's 2 full-time teachers and then the addition of a 0.4 FTE who comes in to help support students with, who are on IEPs with, for specifically special instructional needs. What we are proposing to do is reduce a 1.0 FTE, which would really reduce that to a 1.4 FTE, staffing for that particular program, with the idea that we would use that 0.4 FTE for special education support. But in addition to that, really look at redesigning that as a co-teaching model, where we would really be able to, the idea being that we would want to assign that additional position solely to community high school in the mornings. Their hours run from 9 o'clock to around 12:30. I know students remain after that as well, but during the predominance of that period of time, that we would still have 2 teachers on site to deliver instruction. This redesign definitely preserves the key components of the program, which is individualized support, credit recovery for sure, and then just planning for the many opportunities that I know our teachers currently have been able to make for our students, and we definitely want to have a program in place that would allow for that to continue. We recognize that this is definitely, yes, a program that serves some of our highest needs students, and we want to be sure that we continue in that planning to be sure that we're committed to not eliminating that, but definitely redesigning, how that is delivered. And then the final position is our high school library position. Our proposal here is not to eliminate the services that are provided, but to really do a reclassification from currently that the high school librarian is a certificated 1.0 FTE. The proposal is to switch that to a classified position, which would essentially align that position to our other sites who currently have at the middle and the elementary sites a library library media tech, I'm sorry. And that's essentially, it's a 0.75 FTE. The goal with this would be that services and the library would still be accessible for all of our students. We would still have a classified library mediatheque in the library throughout the day for students who, come in throughout the day. We know that will continue to, do research, to come in to do homework. And then in addition to that, that proposal maintains the part-time clerk in the library as well. So essentially it remains as 2 adults who are there to serve our students who, are coming in for study skills and, really to work on homework to provide for that supervision as well. I think, with just in checking with our neighboring districts, this is in general an approach that they have. PGUSD has several, high schools within their district, and that position is a classified position at all of those schools. And so in our looking, at what that position is providing and looking at how that position has, definitely evolved over the years, I think, definitely, my memory of a high school librarian was really, they weren't computers and research. You had to go into a library to access books and encyclopedias. I know I'm aging myself there, but I think the way our students do research now is it is online, and the predominance of what we're seeing at the high school is students are going in there to do homework, and really use that during their open periods of time. It's a safe space for our students, absolutely. That will continue and that will remain. That access for our students will absolutely continue. Yes, and so that is that one. I think what I did want to just address, and these are questions that have come up. They came up last year when we were looking at positions and bringing forward proposals. They continue to be raised this year when we're looking at those positions. The question is, why are we not seeing any positions from the district office or management included, in those proposals? I think the first piece that I, just want to address is, really when I look at our district office, and I talked a lot about this last year, but, coming from, a district much larger, understandably, but even as I look at our, surrounding districts and looking at the positions that they have, really what we're seeing is that the efficiency, right, of the use of our positions and how we're going about, providing services amongst each of our departments. It's compact, right? And I think that has been, supported by various audits that we have done through, outside organizations, specifically, an HR, audit that we did, and a communications audit. I think, when we looked at this last year, we definitely did some reductions. And, I just want to point out, we, did roll back HR staffing and some additional assistant classifications that we had planned that we went ahead and froze. And all of those with a reduction of approximately $37,000. We had a few planned administrative expansions that we, went ahead and delayed when we brought that forward last year. And then, the digital learning position, because that is, also supported 20% of that position, it goes towards supporting the district office. We would consider that a reduction there as well. But I think, the key message here is that, any elimination, given the fact that, we have some departments that are 2-people departments. We have, our student services and special ed. When you look at other districts, that's very often, those are 2 separate departments. We are, looking at, that's really not an area that we can foresee that we can make any reductions. And we do. I think the concern there would be, any cuts we would make to any of those positions of the district office would, risk, compliance, failure. With an increase in compliance and reporting, necessities across all of our departments, that continues to go up, even with a declining enrollment, right? The work that's involved with that doesn't decrease. So I really just wanted to address that. Let's see, the next item that I'll be talking about is more specifically a change of funding and assignments, and this really speaks to our mental health therapist positions. So currently, we have two permanent MHTs. That was, when we approved our budget last year, two permanent MHTs who serve our, one is at the middle school and one is at the high school. We have one temporary MHT that was approved last year and was funded through one-time funding, which goes away at the end of this year. So we knew that when we approved the budget last year that we were going to need to really, make some decisions this year if that was something that there was continue to be a need for. Where would that funding come from? Through, diligent medical billing, and I'm going to again do another shout out for Executive Director Cork Anthony. Despite she's one of our departments who's, Department of Two, since her coming on, she has been diligently submitting for refunds for medical funding, and as a result, we have been able to, grow that amount of funding we've been receiving, and it's enough now to support to continue that MHT position as a temporary position for another year. That would give us time to really be able to consider whether that medical funding is going to be a continued source. At this point, it's looking like it will be, but one more year is something that we would need to truly be able to say safely that, that could be a consideration for, continued offering of that position. So that's really the proposal. I know at the study session, I'd given another option about, using that funding instead to go out for outside contractual services through Monterey County Behavioral Health. But it was, reminded by board members that, that was actually something we stopped last year because, there was sort of that desire to really be able to have and retain and recruit our own, people and having our own MHT who, we are hiring, really results in better services. But that was another option, would really be to use that towards contractual services. So I just wanted to, highlight that, but that is definitely a proposal, that being that we would maintain, 3 MHT positions for next year. So just a summary of what we're preserving. I think just some examples of core supports that, continue, that, we looked at in the bigger picture, reading intervention at each elementary sites, those positions continue. And that was something that was added after COVID, but we see the need that's for some of our highest need students. And so that is something we're proposing to continue. 3 mental health technicians, 3 mental health therapists at all of our districts across the district. Full-time counselors at all of our schools continues. Instructional aides, we did hire additional instructional aides with one-time funding, after COVID. We see that as a need at our, elementary levels to continue to support instruction. Music, both vocal and instrumental. We also know that the instrumental position at the elementary level is paid through, funding that we receive from the state that has a required expenditure that we have to spend that on music teachers. So that's not an option. Daily PE at the elementary level, that is not very common. Library access, TK and early learning, right, continues to be a priority. And then, of course, our IT techs at all of our sites. I'm going to turn it back over to Assistant Sup Jordan, who's going to talk a bit more about the operational reductions that we're proposing as well. So,
Assistant Superintendent Jordan, can I pause this for a moment? We are approaching 9:50, and it's very clear that we're not going to finish our meeting by our 10 o'clock time. Board, we can continue the discussion. We will need a motion to extend the meeting.
I move that we extend the meeting to 11.
Motion made to extend the meeting to 11 by Trustee Schmaltz.
Seconded by.
And seconded by Trustee Wax. All those in favor of extending the meeting to 11 p.m., please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes. Thank you for the pause and the opportunity. Thanks.
All right, so Dr. Adamson went through in detail the number of positions associated with the Budget Advisory Subcommittee recommendations. I'm going to quickly touch on the operational reductions and some revenue and program adjustments, which I sort of highlighted earlier, but a little bit more detail now. You can see here, travel and conference, 20% reduction ongoing. Materials and supplies, 5% reduction ongoing. Let me talk about those two for just 1 second. As we move through the budget year, right now we're finalizing our second interim. What we're doing is we are looking at the budget that was put in place for this year, last year, with the same type of reductions, and we're trying to true up our actuals to budget. And in many cases, Both with number one and number two, we are not utilizing the full budget put together for this year. So we're truing those up. We're making reductions to budget, which will help impact the 26-27 budget. And just again, to frame, the second interim that we bring to the board in March is the baseline we use for development of our 26-27 budget. So that work's being done right now. And on items 1 and 2, in fact, we've seen some pretty substantial changes. I mean, tens of thousands, but it's enough absolutely to highlight. Number 3, the SRO budget, that was $90,000 for contractual services with Pacific Grove Police Department. The budget subcommittee recommended the reduction of that completely out of the budget. Just another note there that the contract was not in place this year either. And I think we're seeing the benefits of, number one, having such a great partnership with our city, with our police department, our public works department, a wonderful chief of police that is out in the community, you know, making a lot of things happen related to safety of our students, safe routes to schools, traffic enforcement. So this was a recommendation from the committee to remove this from the budget. Elementary summer school program, $65,836. We currently offer, last summer we offered, and let me preface this by saying this won't be this summer. This reduction would be the reduction in 26-27. There is still summer school this summer for our elementary school students. But the recommendation was to reduce this program, and this is ELD and reading intervention for teachers, and we had around 42 students between the two elementary schools last summer. So that was recommended to be eliminated in the 26-27 budget. And then a freeze on Fund 14 transfer. And let me talk about why it's a freeze. Fund 14, which is deferred maintenance, has no revenue source whatsoever, but certainly has expenditures. The board made a conscious decision about 5 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, to start the unrestricted general fund transfer to Fund 14 to build up a fund that could support deferred maintenance. Over the past decade prior to that, deferred maintenance was solely on the back of Measure D or other general obligation bonds. Measure B, which was passed, was not developed for deferred maintenance. So we have to build up a deferred maintenance fund. There is a fund balance left in deferred maintenance of around $700,000, which can support deferred maintenance expenditures ongoing. Why it's a freeze is something that we will need to evaluate in the out years. But certainly I have this in the 2-year multi-year projection as a reduction. Revenue and program adjustments. I talked about this earlier as it relates to increasing athletic revenue. Right now, we've come up with around $30,000 in new revenue to support that $142,000 expenditure I shared, which is impacting the general fund, as well as the GATE program. It's a small amount, but simply shifting those funds over to site funds for the high school and middle school and move the general fund. You can see a summary here at the bottom for personnel, around $809,000. You've got the change of funding noted there that Dr. Adamson spoke to of $174,268. Operational ongoing fund relief right there is $235,000 plus the $200,000, so totaling $435,000, and then the revenue and program adjustments of $36,192. Okay. Here we have a slide that covers new ongoing expenditures. I also mentioned this earlier, and I can relate that to this year in the 25-26 year. The district went through online registration in May. It was completed somewhere around the middle of July, and there was a need for new staff to support our students. I believe it was kinder at the time, and at the high school, a resource teacher. These things do come up, and we have to make way for them in the out year. There's something that's not up here that we believe is revenue neutral, which is the district's going to be hiring an extensive needs teacher for the high school next year. Now, we believe that's revenue neutral because we can shift within our current budget to place that teacher there, and that's why it's not highlighted. But you can see here the two that we do know of for sure that impact the budget. The 0.75 FTE classified health clerk, which includes benefits around $73,492. This is at the high school, and our district nurse has effectively been serving as the health clerk at the high school. And it's really pulling away from her duties as the district nurse to provide service to all of the school sites. When she's on site as the district health clerk, she's there quite often. There has been a change recently, and she's moved down to Forest Grove. That's where she's housed, but there's still support needed. There's substitute support at the high school. So this is certainly a position that's necessary, and it would be something we have at all of our school sites, consistent with each one of our school sites. And then, of course, as Dr. Adamson mentioned earlier in talking about the reductions, the addition of a 0.75 FTE library media tech, which would replace the 1.0 FTE certificated librarian. And also to mention that the assignment does have existing support of a 0.5 FTE library media tech at the high school as well. And this position would cover bell to bell instructional time. Just a quick summary slide. I know that you've seen it all before. I kind of summarized it as I went through, but ultimately what we're looking at with the reductions on top and the reductions on top with personnel, operations, revenue, new ongoing expense, overall budgetary relief of around 1.2, just under 1.3 million, less new expenditures, and option A, net multi-year general fund relief of 1,129,124. Okay, this slide here outlines, let me pause really quick, sorry. So the Pacific Grove Unified School District, like many of our districts, the 24 in our county, and the state face inherent unpredictability in annual budget revenue. Factors beyond our direct control can significantly impact our financial health. So prioritizing our maximum ongoing savings, it has to be a priority and is crucial to ensure the fiscal stability and health of our district to protect us against unforeseen fiscal challenges. So let me discuss a couple of key areas which you can see on the slide there. Unforeseen enrollment changes. We've had that discussion tonight as we progress through the year and we receive our online registration. There are unforeseen changes related to enrollment that we have to plan for. Increased special education services and demands on our staff where caseloads rise due to newly identified students. There may be a requirement for an additional FTE, and this is something we saw this year, and it's something I believe we will continue to see in the out years with the increased number of 504s and IEPs within our school district. Volatility in state federal funding, like the reduced federal apportionments or changes to state preschool funding tied to enrollment, can impact our revenue. This can be the case related to title funds. The district does receive Title I, Title II funding, and honestly, at this point, we're not sure if the federal government is going to fund the title funds for the state of California. For us, that's around $700,000, and that's an unforeseen potential issue for this district moving forward. So we do need to protect ourselves against that. And the budget subcommittee strongly had a discussion about maximizing savings this year to help insulate for these type of related changes. Also here, we'll see one-time assessments. Last year, every district in the entire county received a mixed SIG JPA assessment. For us, it was around $200,000. For some districts, it was over $1 million. There's a penalty for instructional minutes, which will result in an LCF apportionment adjustment for our district. This year, we received a school excess liability fund assessment. And what that is before the district was part of Keenan Associates, which is our liability carrier now, we were with another entity called the School Excess Liability Fund. Well, they provide insurance for claims. And there have been claims submitted that I know we're not with them as a joint powers authority anymore, but those claims were submitted to them and they had to be paid. They had to do a one-time assessment to the district. And then PGUSD had one, and I believe 6 of the other 24 districts in our county also had one. But again, kind of an unforeseen, something that came out of the blue, but it certainly is our responsibility to pay. Cuts in categorical program funding from the state government or federal government, like reductions to the music arts program, or reduced availability of operational revenue to maintain program balance. I'm not saying that the music arts program is in jeopardy of being reduced, but that program that was brought to us the next year is contingent upon the governor's budget approval and the legislature's budget approval. And oftentimes what we don't see with some of these fundings sources is an attached COLA. That's a cost of living adjustment. So if the district takes that revenue in and assigns it to a position, what's not being covered is the cost of step and call and movement on the salary schedule. What's not being taken into consideration with the revenue is negotiated settlements if there's no COLA. So those are direct impacts to the general fund. Yes, the money is coming in to fund the position. to expand music and arts within our schools, and we don't anticipate that stopping anytime soon. But there's residual costs associated with those programs that are not funded from the state. Other economic budget uncertainties include external factors like inflation, unpredictability in salary negotiations which will include the California School Employees Association classification and compensation study that this district has been going through as we speak right now, where we're looking at job descriptions and taking our job descriptions and our salary schedules and aligning them with like districts. This is all something that was negotiated and is in the contract. We cannot pinpoint what the costs are going to be associated with that process. We are obligated to follow the process and obligated to implement those adjustments. So again, it's an unforeseen, and that's why really looking at maximizing our ongoing savings has to be a priority within our district at this point. Okay, option B. The board at our budget subcommittee recommended to staff to bring back option B, which removed from the list the district librarian and the digital media arts teacher. Everything else stayed the same. So, and I'm not going to hand it to Dr. Adamson on that because we've already discussed the impacts and the changes associated with that. But what you will see, we still have additional expenditures associated with the out year, right? Health clerk is still required at the high school, and the retention of the district librarian and digital media arts teacher is going to require step and column, negotiated settlement, which was not planned in option A. Okay, so nominal expense there, certainly an expense for the health clerk, and then other expenses I mentioned related to additional staff potentially, but this is what we know right now and we can quantify. Here's the summary. Personnel reductions for 492,000, operational reductions 435 stayed the same, revenue and program adjustments stayed the same. And here at the bottom you can see total budgetary reductions of 963, netting 881,773 and overall budget relief. This, you saw earlier when I presented, was our multi-year projection, and that's the multi-year projection that you will see at second interim when I present that in March. That's designated with, let's call it the, I don't know, brown 26-27 projection current. You can see across the top. All the other metrics are the same as the slide that we saw before. For 26-27, the current projection is $1.7 million deficit. You'll see that in red down there. In the deficit or surplus column. With option A, we see a smaller deficit in the out year. So that's option A, that's in red at the top. If you follow that down, 831,000. Something really to note there is the difference in unrestricted, right? We're showing a deficit amount, but then we have it broken down by restricted and unrestricted. Pretty substantial reduction on the unrestricted side. And really that's what we're working to kind of correct the course on, so to speak. So option A, again, a reduction of, as presented, would result in a $831,000 deficit next year, with an ending fund balance of 4.3 million. But look at the reserve level. There's a bounce of 8%. Looking at 26-20, and by the way, I might add option A for 26-27 and option A and B and current, there is a negotiated settlement built into those multi-year projections. The district did settle with both, with all units in the district for 2% on schedule, on salary schedule, and 0.5% to health and welfare, which was around 1,441 to each individual. That's all incorporated into these projections. As I move through this, what's not is, if you look at 27-28, any one of the options, there is nothing in there other than step and column. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. I didn't have the note at the top. Option B, you'll see under 26-27. Again, beginning balance revenue, no difference, but the expenditures are reduced, right? So you'll see, sorry, they went up from option A, they went down from what we're currently at. So instead of a $1.7 million deficit, you'll see just over a $1 million deficit. And of that $1 million deficit, around 563,000 is unrestricted. You'll see that the reserve level is down to 7.5%. Now let's shift over to 27-28. Again, no negotiated settlement, only step and column included. Currently, we're looking at a 4.8% reserve with $2.4 million in our ending fund balance. I can't stress enough how critical that ending fund balance is for the district. We would not meet 1 month of liabilities if there were a catastrophic event, if we didn't receive property tax revenue on time, if we didn't receive our state apportionment on time. It is so crucial to have a healthy ending fund balance to at least maintain our monthly liabilities. We're currently at 4.6%. Option A, you can see there, beginning balance. No, well, there is a change if you follow option A across, right? The beginning balance still goes down because in the option A, there is a deficit year in 26-27, but you'll see that the deficit turns to a surplus. So the $588,000 is a surplus now. And what you'll see is an ending fund balance of just over 4.8 with a 9.1% reserve. Option B, you can track that all the way down and see the change in expenditures. It also shows a surplus of 287,000, mostly unrestricted, similar to the option A. And you'll see a ending fund balance of around 4.5 with an 8.1% reserve level. Sorry. Pause really quick. So the budget subcommittee's recommendation is option A. The budget subcommittee has thoroughly analyzed the district's finances and recommended pursuing option A for the 26-27 fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years in the multi-year projection. Option A represents the most robust and responsible plan path forward for the district's long-term fiscal stability. The budget subcommittee was established and tasked with the review of the district's finances and needed to provide recommendations or informed recommendations based on comprehensive data analysis and collaborative deliberation. The committee examined extensive data, enrollment trends, program costs, and multi-year projections to develop an evidence-based recommendation that addresses the structural budgetary challenges of our district. Given the unpredictable nature of enrollment changes, special education demands, and state and federal funding, option A provides the maximum ongoing savings necessary to ensure fiscal solvency. Option A best positions the district for long-term fiscal stability, increasing reserves from 5.6% to 8% in 26-27, and from 4.6% to 9.1% in 27-28. Ultimately, when the district moves from a period of deficit spending to fiscal solvency, it marks more than a financial milestone. It represents a shift in our posture. During times of fiscal stress, boards are often required to operate largely in a defensive mode, focused on preservation, compliance, and short-term stabilization. A solvent and sustainable fiscal position allows the board and the district to move from reacting to constraints toward thoughtfully evaluating our priorities. It creates the capacity to align with students' needs and community values. In this way, fiscal health restores the local agency and enables a decision to be driven by educational purpose rather than financial survival. Here is our current budget timeline. A lot of what you'll see right here was in the information item A that I presented. We're currently at the February 5th board meeting, but there's some context there to show those that haven't seen this before that we had a budget subcommittee on January 13th. We've had multiple discussions with our bargaining unit leadership team. All the leadership team at the district office or within the district met on January 7th. I know I'm kind of backwards projecting that. February 9th through 13th and 23rd through 5th, we're going to have site meetings with our sites. This is something that the district did last year, where they went out to the sites and we talked with our staff about the impacts and implications of the proposed reductions. February 24th, we are going to have a community information session where we're going to provide the proposed 26-27 reductions and listen and learn from our community. February 26th, it's not a special board meeting, it's now a regular board meeting where the action item will be brought forward with a layoff resolution and tie-breaking criteria. As I mentioned before, when we're talking about budget development, this is going on throughout this entire process. So February 5th through March 14th, we're really working through the annual budget development process with our sites to try to really shave anywhere else that we can. The district is not zero-based budget, but we do base budget off of our second interim reporting. And I can tell you this, that there's a lot of time and effort that goes into the second interim that you're going to see me present in March. And you will see some budgetary reductions made there because we're looking at where we landed this year with actuals versus budget, and then what our projections look like from now until the end of the school year in May. May 21st, the board will hold its public hearings on the adopted budget for 26-27 and the LCAP public hearing for 26-27. And then prior to July 1st, but established on June 4th, the board will take action on the 26-27 budget adoption and the 26-27 local control accountability plan. Dr. Adamson.
This is the last slide. So really, I just wanted to end it with, directing it to what we're seeking from the board this evening, but also to talk about, what I'm proposing as a 5-year stability plan. In addition to approving the reductions, this evening, the next step would really be for us to work together with the board and the budget subcommittee to identify, a plan that really incorporates a lot of the ideas that you as the board brought forward. Looking at grants and sponsorships, parcel tax has really, exploration has come up, a reserve policy of 10%, reconfiguration, beginning those discussions, redrawing district boundaries, and then, additional housing development opportunities. So that will really be the idea of really mapping that out on how we would start those discussions and, making sure we're projecting what the steps are needed for those. I apologize for the length of that. I'm just handing it back to you. Yes, Trustee. Thank you.
It was very, very thorough. I don't think I budgeted it. I planned for the time appropriately. So thank you, Assistant Superintendent Jordan and Dr. Adamson for the presentation. We will now go to public comment on this item. And just a reminder that public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and we'll take public comment for a total of 20 minutes, which we will have to do tonight in order for the board to have time to hopefully discuss this item. And so with that, I will go out to the public. We'll start because I can see a hand online. Director Algazi, I can't see the name from here. So can you read me the first name? Okay, first commenter is Brian Swanson, and we'll alternate between online and in the room. Go ahead.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me? I see.
Yes.
Great. Good evening, board and everyone. It's nice to see you. I have just a page full of stuff, and at the top it says so many questions. I do want to thank everybody just for, there are like still 57 people online and a bunch of people in the room, which is amazing. Josh, thank you. You answered most of the questions that I'd already written down, which you always have done in the past too. So I wanted to thank you for that. And then I just had a little thing I wanted to say. It's times like this, especially, these are very, very hard decisions. And I don't really need to say this to the board or the staff, but it's the time still to keep students in mind, and that some students need one-on-one instruction while others are fine with 30 in a room, and then there's some in between. And I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm a huge fan of the community high school. I've been there numerous times, and I urge you to go down there if you have not and spend a few hours at that place. These are students that, I don't want to compare one to another, one school to another, but I've never seen a group of kids that wanted to learn and have a safe place to do it than I've seen it at the community high school. So with that said, just a reminder too, that layoff resolution is right around the corner. It's February 5. I think I read February 26 was the layoff resolution. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in between, but it's coming before you know it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go next to a commenter in the room. So if there is someone who is interested in making a public comment on this time, please approach the podium now so we can see that you want to comment. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then you have the green light should give you 3 minutes, and it'll give you yellow to count down.
Yes. Hi, I'm Chelsea Hoover. I am the Vice President of the PGMS PTSA. I know we're between a rock and a hard place on this with the budget. But I want to say that we've heard many great stories from our campuses earlier, none of which would be possible without our teachers. I would urge that we do not eliminate any of our student-facing positions when faced with budget cuts. They are the lifeblood of our schools. The positions that come forth in my mind is our tech, our Spanish, our librarian, and our mental health. I don't think we should be cutting any of those. And I wonder if we can maybe perhaps look in other places for a budget or hire somebody else to maybe go over the budget again to check these things. A lot of us have made a lot of sacrifices to be in this district, buying houses and renting, those kinds of things. So if we could just, again, think about our students first and our community, and just maybe take a look at this again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next commenter online, can you please read me the name? Zoe Schultz, you have the floor.
Thank you, trustees. I'm here tonight. I attended the last study session that the board provided. I really appreciated the outlook, the multi-year outlook that Assistant Superintendent Jorn, provided, and I understand the need for these critical cuts. That being said, I want to again advocate for the elementary Spanish position. I do believe teaching a Spanish language in a school, albeit not part of the core curriculum, is a vital resource in the state of California and one that we should look to keep. I believe actually that we should be teaching more Spanish at younger ages, and that the curriculum that's in front of us now is actually insufficient as it relates to the amount of Spanish that children should be getting before they graduate from high school. Other positions, I'm glad to see that the mental health position has been retained as a part of these options. In looking at the differential between option A and B that's been presented, I note that some of the discussions that were had amongst the trustees last time included trying to retain the digital learning position as a certificated position, as well as the district librarian. Personally, I think that there are other more student-facing positions that are more critical to the needs. I didn't understand why those were the ones that were chosen as the recommendation to be kept out of this entire list. I mean, there's unfortunately difficult decisions that need to be made. To me, those were not the highest priority, but I understood that that was the direction that staff was given. I also wanted to note that the athletics increase, while I understand, trying to increase revenues as well as make budgetary cuts is very important. I do think that having athletics be a core part of the student's experience at school is very important. Raising gate fees for parents and students alike to see their peers, to see their children play sports, to me is an odd way to go about this, especially at a time when we have our own financial concerns to be worried about. Attending a high school basketball game for our family of four costs $26. And I do think that you might have more attendance at some of these games if the fees were lowered, actually, and that could even generate more revenue. I don't know for sure, but I think that's something to look at. And the reason why we go to high school basketball games is because we have younger children who are in elementary and middle school, and we want to show them what options they have for their future athletic careers as well as their academic careers. So those are my comments tonight. I know that these are very difficult decisions. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate more opportunity to comment on these decisions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go back to any commenters in person who wish to approach the podium. Okay. I'm seeing none. So if you are interested in making a public comment, I'm sorry. we decided to end our, yeah, can we line up if we're gonna comment? Because we do have to keep our meeting moving. And we have if there is a line, it would be helpful for me to understand what everyone comments together when it's time for public comment. Yeah. Okay. You have the floor and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dia Gupta-Lemus, and I am a previous student at Pacific Grove High School. And I'd like to take a moment to highlight some of the phrases that the PGHS mission includes. So through collaboration, a commitment to evidence-based decision-making, and a spirit of inclusion, PGHS aims to cultivate culturally aware, employable students who are eager learners, conscientious digital citizens, environmental stewards, and effective communicators. When I consider if this mission accurately reflects PGUSD, my first thought goes to the teachers and staff that come to work each day with a passion to contribute to the betterment of our community. Moving from Malawi and Africa to PGHS, racism and ignorance towards other cultures was unfortunately all too common, and I've often felt misrepresented and alone. When I took over the Diversify Our Narrative Club, Mr. Morrison, the librarian, was one of the only staff members who consistently supported and showed interest in walking alongside me to increase inclusion. Mr. Morrison was a huge factor in our ability to change our school culture little by little to include the perspectives of Native Americans, Asians, Hispanics, African Americans, and women. I can't imagine my efforts would have been the same without him. And his support encouraged and motivated me to later work as a rapporteur and a reporter with government officials. And now he has ended up influencing my decisions to study international relations and journalism in the UK. So I'd like to take a moment to thank Mr. Morrison for being an agent of inclusion and equity, as well as someone who truly cares about the betterment of the students and believes in the potential for change. A public school system that honestly cares about students developing, and I quote the PGHS school mission, cultural awareness, spirit of inclusion, evidence-based decision-making, and eager learners, and digital citizens, and effective communication skills of their students would only consider removing staff such as a librarian, Spanish teacher, mental health support, and tech advisor as an extreme last resort. These roles are not extra or a first solution to a budget cut. They're essential to fulfilling the very mission that this district claims to uphold. And I must say that it does feel slightly ironic how there's $800,000 going into restroom renovations. I'm sure that feels awful being a staff member who your position is getting cut. I know that I'm sure it just feels awful being replaced while we have millions of dollars going into faster lunch lines, fancier fields, beautification, a wellness room, even though our counselors will be cut. So it's no secret how much teachers get paid, and we all care. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm just going to look back to Director Algaze, and he is holding up a fist, which means 0. I'll go back to commenters in the room. Who's up next? Okay, you have 3 minutes.
You're right. This is kind of nerve-wracking. I kind of want to ramble on, so I wrote it down. Extreme last resort. My name is Jill Houston, and I'm the president of our Classified Employees Union. I want to begin by saying I despise the need for eliminating positions and hate that we're in the position that we're in, but here we are. Extreme last resort. It is my steadfast belief that there are times that we are called upon as leaders to make difficult decisions that are responsible for a large group that unfortunately have a negative personal impact for a few individuals. Our budget subcommittee, led by Josh, was developed and charged by you, the board, to analyze the budget and make recommendations. We did not make them lightly or without extensive research and planning for the reassignment of the work that we knew was going to need to happen. Please ask the relevant questions. Please trust the employees that you asked to do this difficult work. And please understand thoroughly the difficult position we will all be in if you do not move forward with balancing our budget. I don't in any way envy the position that you're in, but I implore you to make the difficult decisions. Have the courage tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
James Marlar Jr.
Okay. For the commenter, James Marlar Jr. online, I apologize if I pronounced your name incorrectly. You have the floor in 3 minutes.
You got it pretty much correct. Thank you very much.
you.
Earlier, but I had to bring my stepson home so he could get ready to go to school tomorrow. But I did hear something from one of the trustees earlier talking about things from, I believe it was Measure B, the $73 million budget going into things, and how he can show back to the community that that funding went to something that was good. How can you go and show something that's supposed to be good for our schools as you're cutting jobs? That's something I just really can't understand. But also, I mean, we are in a tech age. I think that removing a tech teacher that not only supports all three schools, but as well as the district office itself, that's something that I really can't understand either. I do understand that the budgets are they're hard to deal with. They're hard to understand, and that there are things that do need to be cut. But I think that there could be other things out there that could have a second look at in what could be cut that doesn't remove teachers or people that do face students on a day-to-day basis, because that does affect the students on the far end of it, because that they're used to seeing these people and then the next year they're gone. That's pretty much all I have to say, and thank you guys for listening to me.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Audrey Cordova, mental health therapist, parent of a student in the district, and I live in this community. Thank you for all the work that went into putting this budget together. The reality is exactly what was stated today, is we're super close to the state coming in and saying, you guys can't run your stuff, so we're going to do it for you, and then we have no choice. So I'm very cognizant of that, and really I came up to put my whatever sense out there, that I really hope that we can do just a little bit more searching in our budget to continue to keep student facing services, whether it be our certificated teacher, librarian, who another thing that a lot of people might not know is when I first came on to do mental health therapy, he curated a social emotional library that was a safe place for students to search for information that could be on subjects that if they were to do an online search was going to just not be a really good idea, because the World Wide Web is, well, wild. So that's another place near and dear to my heart. You would think mental health. No, it's community high, actually. If you haven't been there, please go. If you haven't listened to the students who go there talk, please listen to them. Learn about a place where they really have figured out a way to incorporate tier 1, 2, and 3 levels of supports, using doing more with less. And it would be impossible to continue to do more with less by taking away a teacher. They have won several awards because they find a way to just make it work on a shoestring budget. They really do. It's when we come up here asking for money, it's because that's like the bare, like we're at our bare place in space. I mean, lots of teachers in the district pull out of their pockets and pay for things. Lots of staff do. I don't know a single person that doesn't spend a late night, or that we don't just like, oh yeah, you're having a late night. And we give a lot of our time and we give a lot of money back to our district to serve our kids. And lastly, I wouldn't want to see a mental health therapist be cut. We're in our infancy of developing services that are not contracted out. We haven't given ourselves enough time to study what we can do as a potential place for bringing in revenue. All three of us are licensed, and together, I know we look super young, but we bring in like 50-something years of combined knowledge, skills, and experience in billing and bringing in Medi-Cal revenue. We're getting there among all the things because we're in a transitional period where people are trying to understand how to still use our skills and expertise to maximize using what we have to offer. So I appreciate you putting that on the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to look back to Director Algaze in case there are anyone in the room. And it looks like there are no comments online. So yes, feel free to approach the podium and you have 3 minutes with the green light.
Hi, I'm Charlie Morrison, son of the librarian Alex Morrison, who is put a kind of on the chopping board right now. You guys are kind of like a falling hot air balloon, like without any air. And I know this is going to sound really weird, but it's like you got to stoke the fire, and instead of throwing your colleagues out to slow the fall, you should stoke that fire and try to find funding, and you're just delaying the inevitable by chucking people out and getting rid of excess weight. My dad started this job because he believed in the district, and so that me and my brother Bruce could go to this school. And I just started my freshman year. He got a whole separate degree to get this job, and he got it back when I was 5. It's been 10 years, and he has been working hard for those 10 years, and there's just really no reason why he helps literally everybody. He is the center of the school. And I'm not just saying that because I'm his son. You could ask any student at PGHS, and really he is the center of the school. He's in that center building, and he just means a lot to so many people, and I just don't think this is the answer. I think that you guys are smart people, and you can come up with other solutions than getting rid of a bunch of staff members who you have worked with for a long, long time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, the next commenter can approach the podium. Thank you.
I just need to grab my phone real quick. Hi, I'm Shannon Morrison, wife of Alex Morrison, and I want to speak to you in a way that will click. So I'm going to talk numbers. I heard you say that 85%, I believe, of the unrestricted generalized fund is going towards salaries and benefits. Is that correct? 85% was the number I heard. So if that's a huge amount of money that goes to our staff and our teachers. And I will be first to acknowledge for teachers, this district pays really well. It does. And I think because this district pays really well, why aren't we considering letting, even from the top down, why aren't we saying, I'm willing to take a step and column freeze for the next 2 years, for the next 5 years? I feel like the leadership should be modeling how we save that money. So taking that 1.5%, 2% raise that just happened, it doesn't make sense to me that if you know we're in a deficit, that you would say, we deserve a raise. Yes, let's do this. That doesn't make sense to me at all. Another number I want to, I saw several inaccuracies in the budget presentation this evening. There was a $28,000 for the excuse me? No, $28,000 that was noted for the science camp. I'm the person that coordinated with Mr. Roach our science camp. We were given a very generous donation of $10,000, which cut down the cost, and from Pride money cut down the cost, and then each family paid their own way. There was some scholarship money or campership money. I'm not sure what that number is. It wasn't 28,000. So I don't know where that number came from, but there's an inaccuracy. I also see my own husband's number as 160 something, 165,000. He doesn't take the school insurance. We do our health insurance through Kaiser directly. So we're not causing, those numbers aren't clear. The other thing I want to be very clear to say is I keep hearing this, the library will be open, there won't be any change, but you have to have a certificated person to supervise students. So if you lose your certificated teacher, librarian, who's going to be the certificated person that's in their job description to supervise students at lunchtime, on breaks, after school? And there's actually, I have the code here. Certificated people. I mean, I was a proctor as a certificated person because we can't have any person without a certificate supervising children. I have more points and I'm losing time. The added, sorry. I have the ed code. Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morrison, that is your 3 minutes. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
I'll email you the details.
Looks like we have one more commenter in the room and this will be our final public comment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate the hard work the district has done. You are a district of wealth and privilege. We are a district of wealth and privilege. Yet your school of target is the one with the highest need and the fewest advocates. The students and families that I work with will not be here pounding down your door because they're working 2 jobs to put food on the table. And you know that. It's the easy cut. So I hear you that it's all hard, but CHS is easy because people don't know it. They haven't been up. What do they do over there? What happens after 12:30? You're not cutting an FTE, you're gutting the program. There are 2 full-time staff members at that program. There is no slack to cut. There simply isn't. To have the mentorship, the relationships with the family, the program development, and the faculty collaboration, you must have 2 people. It's simply not feasible. So you need to make a serious choice in terms of whether you're continuing to support this program. And I do not accept the enrollment argument because you have students sitting in PG high school library taking Admentum classes for 3 or 4 hours a day. You got a program when you simply stop sending students. So you have an award-winning community high school whose enrollment is declining, and I don't know how many students sitting in PG high school doing Admentum because no one will tell me. So is it an enrollment problem or is there something else underway? So if you want kids sitting for hours doing online credit recovery, that's certainly your choice, right? But you have an award-winning program. I listed 4 awards. We have another one being announced in upcoming days. And yet, right? There are kids in this district. I'm sure that program in the library suits many students. It's very cost effective, right? Sticking kids online in Admentum. But there are students in our district who need project-based learning, who need the one-on-one mentorship, who need social emotional support. And I disagree with former President Swanson saying, come on by, stay a few, because you won't see it in one day. Some of you have been over when it's just a blah day. Progress is messy for kids who've been left behind for years and years. Progress is not linear. It's not a perfect recipe over there. We struggle daily to get our staff in line together and collaborate and to meet the students where they are and to engage the families. And some days it doesn't happen. What we see is the progress over time. And you hear these speeches when students come here and everyone claps and everyone cries. And you hear the speeches at graduation where the whole room is crying because you have kids who've come from no opportunities to graduating from high school. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. With that, I'm going to wrap up public comment on this item. Just checking in with the board as a time check. It is 10:40. I'm going to propose for the purposes of concluding our meeting and having direction for staff that we all each attempt to limit ourselves in our comments or our questions. And I will start with the far end of the dais and you, Trustee Wax.
Thank you for the presentation. Part of the budget subcommittee has been
Is your mic on? Okay.
Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. Very thorough. Being part of the budget subcommittee has been incredibly hard, but an honor also to try and get our situation on track. With the 5% rise in property taxes that we kind of assume, am I right? A large majority of that is kind of accounted for by step and column and PERS and STIRS contributions.
Absolutely. That's a great question. It's around 4.78%, just under 4.8%. Correct. The new revenue helps support step and column, increase to consumer pricing index, and increase to utilities. Yes.
Okay. So even with basically banking on a 5% property tax increase isn't really a solution for budget solvency, nor is it really good for families. You know, as we all know, it's incredibly expensive to live here. So hoping on that, you know, doesn't help our main problem of not having enough families, even though we're a basic aid district. I do think the main problem is we can't cut our way to solvency, but I do think like these steps are the most immediate important steps we could take right now. We need more revenue in terms of houses, facility use modernization, charging extracurricular organizations more money, other solutions. All that's to say, I'm truly sorry for the pain proposed in these cuts. Everyone in the district at the school makes everything enriched. And personally, I want it all. Like I want more tech, more science, more art. And I want to see a day where these positions come back in the future, but we have to get to sustainability first.
Thank you, Trustee Wax. Trustee Otmar?
So I'm going to read this so that I stay on point because we all have things to say. I also would like to say that I don't think with this type of a meeting, I understand we're done at 11 o'clock, but rushing through comments so we can get to the end is not the way that this meeting probably should go. We all should be able to have time to discuss our perspectives and opinions and be heard thoroughly. So if we need to bring this back, we can comment today, but we may need to bring this back at an emergency meeting. That's not on schedule and that might not be within your plan. But I think that for the district, I think it's important and for this discussion that this is a very important discussion that should not be rushed. So I'll put that out there now, but I will continue with my comment. So before I begin, I would like to quote the mission statement of PGUSD. Pacific Grove Unified School District, in partnership with the community and with a focus on equity, will challenge every student by providing a quality instructional program in a positive, safe, and stimulating environment. The district will meet the diverse needs of all students by ensuring exceptional learning opportunities to acquire and apply the knowledge and skills that develop the insight and character necessary for a productive and rewarding life. I would also like to specifically call out one of our mutually agreed upon board goals. Board Goal 5 regarding resource management. PGUSD will utilize and generate resources effectively to ensure all fiscal and capital resources are geared towards supporting a wide array of educational opportunities that promote the building of a district-wide culture of we, which should include Spanish, in which our students, our staff, and our families are afforded the right and the full expectation of experiencing our three core values: belonging, safety, prosperity. I want to be very clear about the priorities that we should be considering as we talk about the budget. My starting point is that we should always protect student-facing services absolutely as long as possible. When student-facing services are removed or reduced, families and students feel this immediately, and once they are cut, they are very difficult to restore. Before we consider any reductions that directly affect students, I believe it is our responsibility as a board to thoroughly review district office spending and structure. This is where we have the most obligation to ensure our organization is appropriately scaled to our enrollment, staffing, and our long-term fiscal outlook. District office structure is adjustable without immediate classroom or student impact. Organizational structure can be reviewed through consolidation, attrition, and redesign without harming students. I want to be clear that this is not about individuals or performance. It's about structure, sustainability, and making sure we are aligning our resources with our students. Tonight, I'm asking for information so that we can make informed decisions. The options that have been presented here tonight and the options that were brought and presented to the budget subcommittee to those meetings are not complete. After reviewing the meeting minutes and the meeting presentations, the only options that have been presented and that were presented are those that spare the district office and provides no fiscal analysis of district office reductions. When all presented budget cut options exclude district office positions through consolidation, redesign, or layoffs, and place the burden on student-facing roles, it qualifies as a failure to provide the board and the community with reasonable, complete options that are needed to fulfill our fiscal duty to the district. The only options brought forward are ones that spare the district office and force the board to choose only among student impacting scenarios. This truly undermines transparency, accountability, public trust, and hinders the board's fiduciary responsibilities. With the options that administration chose to present to the budget subcommittee and here, the board's ability to say it has exhausted all reasonable alternatives and scenarios does not exist. This gives the appearance of self-protection when it comes to district cuts, and I think that the students, the community, and this district as a whole deserve more. Dr. Adamson, in this meeting tonight, you talked about how staffing in some departments is just 2 people. HR is staffed with 4 people. Business services has 6 in that department. The review that we did in 2023 resulted in a title change and an addition of an administrative assistant, almost $70,000 increase in deficit we are. That said, again, I want to be clear that this is not about individuals or performance. So tonight I'm requesting to see a concise staff report from the district office that shows all district office positions defined by specific function with a breakdown of which district office roles are mandated versus discretionary roles, including FTE and total cost and the percentage of the general fund that is devoted to district office operations, as well as a comparison to similarly sized districts outside of Carmel USD, which is a district that is currently operating in a massive surplus and certainly not comparable to us. I would also like to see a presentation of options that specifically focuses on restructuring, consolidation, and attrition in the district office before we consider options around reducing student-facing services. Doing this work first will help us better protect our students' opportunities for exceptional learning in an environment that is positive, supportive, safe, and stimulating, exactly what our mission statement promises. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Otmar. Trustee Hazen.
Okay. I'm going to also read, I don't know, I hope I'll be able to get through it without too many pauses. I genuinely hoped that the difficult and many times painful decisions we've made over the past several years, especially last year, would have placed our district in a stronger financial position by now. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any debate here. It is clear that our expenditures have continued to grow at a pace that exceeds our revenue. I would want to also start this by really thanking the members of the public that have showed up at the budget study session and tonight in support of everyone in our district. I can't express enough the value in hearing from you, but I expressed this at the subcommittee and I'll express again my disappointment as a governance team as a whole, but particularly with myself and my role and responsibility as where we've come today and as a member of this board. But given our current cost structure that has been set in place, we obviously need to be creative in continuing pursuing additional funding, things like one-time costs to maintain some even basic services in the near term. However, I recognize this approach is not sustainable and does not address our fundamental underlying challenges. So I wish our financial reality were different. And I care deeply about the impact these decisions have on our students, staff, and community. I do believe we've reached a point where we have no real alternative but to make necessary difficult decisions, especially even when they are difficult. So I share this feeling, disappointed, disgusted, but with a commitment to the long-term stability and health of our district. So I do have a few questions, so I apologize for the time it's going to use, but I need some of these answered. I do want to thank you too for the presentation, Josh. I recognize the amount of time that went into that, not to mention the analyses in addition behind that and the input from the budget subcommittee. Was the federal funding loss you mentioned of $700K in any of these projections?
No.
Okay, so how will that be covered if we don't make some of these cuts? Were any of the unexpected costs, the mixed sig, the instructional hour penalties, the ELOP funding restrictions, increased staffing based on enrollment changes at each site, were any of those included in our projections?
No.
So I don't understand how, when we're looking at some of these numbers, we can see a blue sky at the end here. Frankly. And again, I hoped for that last year, and it's again becoming abundantly clear where we're at. The other thing, about how we got here is I know we're talking a lot about these positions we had on one-time funds that have been put onto the general fund, but that can't be the complete story here, right? We have a budget deficit of 1.7, and we're talking about 700,000 to 900,000 in these positions. So we need to understand moving forward how we stay out of this position again. This is not something as a board that we should be doing, even with all the factors that we're facing. These planning for difficult times is part of the job, so that we hopefully can weather them better. Another question, I was encouraged tonight. I wish we had seen it the previous. Encouraged is not the right word, but I was informed by seeing the AVID numbers, for example. And again, I've had a student, one of my kids went through the AVID program, but I also remember a presentation that there was a plan for the AVID to be rolled into every class, right? So what I want to ask is, why is that? Again, I'm sure the budget subcommittee had really good reasons, but it's really important for me, if I'm voting behind this, to understand that reasoning as well. So why was the AVID not considered over some of these other positions? That's something I would want to know, or do want to know. I'll mention another is I've heard from some teachers that the instrumental music program at the elementary school was much more disruptive to their instructional hours than was Spanish. So why is there not an option of putting Spanish on the music arts grant or looking into something like that? We can't do it. Okay, we fundamentally can't. Even what if it's Spanish music? Okay, so there are, what I'm just saying here is these are things that I know are not easy, but these are scenarios that are really difficult for me to get behind right now, but I realize that I need to get behind them as well. Another question I have on the presentation, you mentioned the tie-breaking criteria, right? So in a scenario, if we lay off a position that currently makes 150K, we identify that for laying off, but the tie-breaking criteria results in someone who makes 80K, our savings are 80K, is that correct?
Correct.
So that's another situation where we're budgeting greater savings that we may then we may actually realize at the end of the day.
Correct.
Right. So this is another thing that while there's numbers that reserves look better, these are still the better in a little bit of a blue sky scenario. So I can't say enough how important it is to me that the budget subcommittee, with regular reporting back to the governance team as a whole, take the time to develop and explore these opportunities to shore up our finances. I wish as a board we had directed that to happen earlier, but again, here we are with ideas big and small that, again, hopefully we won't be here again so soon. We can't protect against everything, can't expect the unexpected, but I'm glad to see that was presented at the end here. I really wish we could have done that before, but I also realize that the state that our budget is in. So again, I apologize to folks that will be affected by any cuts. This is not a decision that I think any of us in this room are making lightly. I can assure you that from my point of view. Thank you.
Trustee Shamas or Clerk Shamas, as we approach you, just to make note of the fact that we extended our meeting to 11 and we have 5 minutes. So as not to rush you, I'll look to the board for.
Sure.
Okay, then you will make it short and we will see. Oh, boy. Okay.
Make it sure. Okay, so when I look at the positions that are put up there to be cut, what I'm looking at is what's the rubric for these cuts. And, enrollment is a typical rubric that we've always used. So that doesn't bother me. The Spanish teacher is a new position. Where's the evaluation of that position? We don't have it. Okay, the digital learning teacher is 8 years in. I don't know if we evaluated that position, but it's missing to me in terms of the value that that position has brought. And now we're just going to say, well, technicians can do it. CHS enrollment, enrollment's always been a thorny issue, but we did realize that these were extra special kids. My only suggestion for that is can independent study be handed off to adult ed? Could adult ed pay part of the salary of that teacher? Can we ask PGUSD to send us some kids? And they pay for another teacher. See, these are some of my thoughts. There's things to work on. The librarian, there is no enrollment with a librarian. The librarian, when I look at the minutes, is in the last meeting gets put in there, and it says they're going to explain the rationale, but the rationale I don't buy. I mean, it's not an appropriate rationale for cutting that position. If you want to cut that position, you need to provide the rationale and you need to provide it ahead of time, not in a budget crunch. So, and the last thing I'll say is, you mentioned a freeze on step and column. Has to be negotiated, but it's a good idea.
Thank you. A lot of my comments, I think, President Houston from our CSEA touched on, so I won't repeat them. As a member of the budget subcommittee, I do feel like we were tasked by this board to identify reductions, looking holistically at the district and also taking into the input from both of our unions. We had the teachers union in the room. We had classified union in the room. We had HR in the room. We had budget, and we had trustees represented there. This was the first year of the creation of the committee. There's clearly room for growth and improvement, and it's going to continue with this budget process. But given where we are right now and right here, I am going to recommend that we give direction to staff to bring this back as an action item as proposed. Most of my comments would have been made at the budget study session. I feel like we have thoroughly discussed this. So I'm going to propose that direction. If the board is in agreement with it, we can move forward with it. And that's it. I'm proposing we move forward. Lots of good comments and lots of things we still need to talk about, but for purposes of tonight, I'll go to the board.
I am specifically requesting to have information brought back about the district office prior to us making, giving any direction at all. I understand that the budget subcommittee was put together to provide recommendations, but those recommendations are just that. They're not final. They're up for discussion. We are a board of 5, and a recommendation is just a recommendation. I would like more information. I don't feel like I have enough information to give any type of direction until this information comes back. I can be clear and read it again. If
I don't think.
Or I can email it, but I think it's important that we have all the information before we begin giving direction.
I think there's, and that's, we can do that, but I think there's a motion on the table, right? So
I'm asking for board
protocol that
consensus to move forward with the direction and the proposal as recommended by the budget subcommittee that was created at the direction of this board. And from the seat I sit in as someone who's on the budget subcommittee, procedurally, if that is something that that's going to be looked at, that would go back to the budget subcommittee, then come back to the board after it was analyzed in that way. So I don't think it's appropriate. We can do it, but I don't think it's
I
appropriate.
think it's a discussion for the board to have as well, because we are the ones that make the decision.
I'm going to have to conclude our meeting because we have reached time mid-discussion, which is very unfortunate. We will have to have another meeting.
I think it's worth it because we're talking about
I'm going to
livelihood of the district.
I appreciate it, and I do too. I just want us to be mindful of how the constraints that we're working in with regard to time, and it is unfortunate. So thank you for sharing and reiterating that for us. I appreciate it. And with that, I have to adjourn. Next meeting is February 20.